should be live now, right? Let me get my music playing. And then we can go on from here. Right. Here we go. Let's get our stuff here done first. What do I have for my dailies? WL 6 heavy armor guard, combat mecha, okay. What does my alt have? Okay. Let's get that stuff done. Hi Tara, welcome, welcome. Alright, let me just do this first. And we have this thing here. Yeah, I read your message. You see, when I came home yesterday, I was just so tired. I freaking passed out. And I just went to sleep. Alright, let's get Anka's thing done here. Easy Norns. Very nice. Alright. Let's get the other stuff here done. What? Thoughts on what? Alright, let me get the stuff here done. Alright, we're doing our stuff here first. I'll just go to the other spot and do the things there. Oh yeah, we'll finally get towards that Reacts backlog. It's been piling up for like how many weeks? How many weeks has it been piling up for? Like 2-3 weeks almost? Of stuff I just haven't looked at. So we're finally gonna get to that stuff. Because yeah, behind on that stuff. But yeah, my thoughts on what? I don't know what you mean. I'm kinda confused on that there. Let's go kill this stuff here. I need heavy armor guard. Those are there. NWL 6s. Wait, that's not a WL6. Alright, that thing is. Alright, let's get on the next thing. Then my ult needs the exoskeleton dudes. Instead. Oh, they haven't respawned yet. Alright, we'll just wait for them to respawn. Alright. Okay, I should disable the freaking stream open spot from spamming that. I should do that at some point because it's been doing that since forever. That automated message. My alt dailies are done. Cool, that's another thing out of the way. Now for the armor guards. They're still not respawned yet. Oh wait, here. These guys count. At least those guys there count. So that's good. At least those things count. Okay. Join off time. Oh. Alright, let me go here. We'll kill Frostball first. Yeah, hi Evil Sonic. Yeah, it has been a while. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Alright, we're just getting our stuff here done. Bunch of stuff to get done here. What is the raid this week? It's that one. We'll get that done in a bit. I'm gonna get my support points. It's been going fine. Just been a bit busy lately and all, that's it. At the same time, things have been kinda dead. Oh yeah. It's been going. Most of these world bosses are dead. Game alive. All on like respawn timers. Game alive, guys. Game alive. Let's get this stuff done. Okay, let me get my alt warped in over there too. What are people talking about here? Oh wow, someone's looking for the dorm rooms, damn. Hi Flagger. Welcome, welcome. We're finally gonna get towards that, thing. The Reinx backlog and stuff. We're finally gonna get to that stuff soon. But yeah. Yeah, almost time. I got a freaking event point farm too. Right. Oh, I guess the cap isn't gonna get raised anymore. It's at 45,000. So if I finally get to go after this shit, gotta farm all this stuff out. Right. Got stuff there to do. We can do that while doing reacts later. And then I also still have to do weekly raid and final trial and stuff. No, it's still not done. It's still not. There's still a couple of things I'm waiting for to arrive. Things have been even more scuffed lately because things like Canada Post is on strike. So getting certain things in the mail have been kind of a pain. Because there's still a lot of stuff that I need. But yeah. Things have been a mess. So like it's still been taking a while. But like yeah, it is what it is. Okay, all the world bosses are like dead. Super, super dead. Oh wait, Sobek is coming back. Alright. Let me go to Sobek then. Yeah, it depends, because a lot of the stuff for imports. But a lot of it also isn't from Amazon. So like, and the problem is a lot of stuff that ends up going to my area has to go through Canada Post. It's been pretty bad for some of the things there. Oh yeah, that's right. I heard about AWS having their service go down. That's its own problem. That's its own completely different problem. But yeah. That stuff is crazy though, AWS going down. I mean, that's what happens, right? When like, more than a third of the internet is all, like, under one Amazon data center, something go down, everything just collapses on top. That's just what happens. Right? That shit just happens, you know? It wasn't always that way. But yeah. I showed a manga protagonist, welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, how's the weekly raid? I haven't done it yet. I haven't done the Zeno raid. How is it? I'm curious. Yeah, I'm awake. Okay, yes, Lord. But yeah, it's like yesterday I wanted to stream, but then like as soon as I got back and I was gonna get set up, I basically passed out and then I woke up. I quickly did my ToF stuff, then I just signed off. Really? What the hell happened there? They got taken down? What happened? What happened with the coup dog? I don't really pay attention to a lot of the shit that goes on there. What happened? Wait, easier? Can you just do damage to it or something? What about them? What happened with them? I heard the name somewhere, but... Okay. What'd they do? Okay, I'm back. That might be a bit loud. Let me adjust the volume. I accidentally, what happened? So, uh, what happened was I accidentally moved something and it hit the power button on my computer. It accidentally hit the power button. Because of my computer case, the power button's like basically like it's really massive because it's in the entire top section on this Fantex case, and it accidentally just slightly tapped it when something else moved around, and then the freaking computer turned off. I was like, wait, what the fuck? And then like, oh shit, the thing shifted and hit it. But yeah. That's a Pepega thing that happened. Let me get everything back up. Good thing though, like the actual main machine thing that's doing the streaming is in a different room. So it avoided that at least. Right, it avoided that problem. But yeah. This dual machine setup is great for that at least. It catches some of those things. But yeah. It is what it is. It's a great failsafe. Right, it's a great failsafe to have. Keeping them on completely different circuits in different rooms. As long as like the internet doesn't go down or power across the house doesn't go down, it can still work. It's also useful for like the 24-hour drop streams when I do those. Right. Which I don't know if we'll do it again. We'll see.
The deep space is right.
But yeah. Alright, we'll see if we'll do them again. But yeah. I'm waiting for my ult to get booted up. So we can get the thingy in here. But yeah, I think we're gonna like play some towel tomorrow. I'll finally get that set up and done. Yeah, sure, repost it. I missed it. I missed it when this stuff went down. I wasn't able to see it. Go ahead. But yeah. They're doing paywalling game assets in PGR. Begging JPCC for beta access in PGR. And copyright striking people. Damn. Deceptive branding. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. They doing all that shit? Damn. That's crazy. I see. It's based off of recent Rexland stream. That's crazy all that shit went down though. I don't really pay attention to all that stuff that goes on. Right, I don't really pay attention. But damn. It's mostly I only look at them when you guys send me stuff. Right. But yeah, that's crazy. Crazy stuff, man. Alright. But yeah, we're gonna do our reacts in a bit. Yeah. That's only if you use their servers and not your own custom stuff. But yeah, that's the Paladin hosted servers, not like private servers. Because like anyone can run their own private server. They give you the tools to just do it yourself, you know? But yeah.
Target eliminated.
Yeah, they were. I mean, it's not surprising. A lot of things use AWS. So it's not super surprising. It's really not that surprising. Slightly more than a third of the internet uses AWS. Which is why it's not surprising when something bad happens there. A lot more collateral damage gets caught up in the aftermath. But yeah. It is what it is. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think it's their relay nodes use AWS. That's why. Some of the relay nodes. But yeah, a lot of stuff just uses AWS these days. Instead of hosting it themselves. Era of like self-hosting is mostly a thing of the past.
Awaiting command.
Alright, like that's just the reality. Self-hosting is mostly a thing of the past. If the stuff was self-hosted, it wouldn't be an issue, but that's the era and world we live in, man. Everything's basically self-hosted these days. Not self-hosted, cloud-hosted by like AWS, Microsoft Azure, Google, or whatever.
Target eliminated.
But yeah, it's just crazy how a lot of stuff went down. But it is what it is. Shit happens. I'll go kill another one. Yep, you're right on time. Pretty much. Welcome, reptile. Alright, we'll get this thing done. We're gonna go through our React backlog in a bit. It is a very big backlog. I'm gonna get all my support points first. Then I'm gonna try to get a group for the raid and final trial. But yeah. I'm assuming that we can just like fully just DPS it down. The final trial. Not the final trial, the raid this week. I'm just gonna assume that. Right, on to the next one. And just bullying these Asperia bosses. Well, there's a long list that we gotta go through. And we did that we did that the other day. Yes. It's scuffed, man. Now I just want to play Pal World again. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, now it's just making me want to go play Pal World again. Yes. Well, technically, no. There's still, like, 4 more things to do. Which we're gonna do later. In the post-game. Though yeah, there's still 4 more things. But, like, yeah. We'll get that done later. It won't take that long. There's not really much to catch anyway. There's only 230. The dex is tiny. A very small dex. Very small. Thanks for the follow as well. O2. But yeah. What I think of BPSR, I think it's gonna be a rug pull. If I'm gonna be honest. I think it's no point in bothering, skip it, and it's gonna be a rug pull. Seeing how the things have been handled on CM. At the same time, like, it's not even close to what the OG BPR, what the original Blue Protocol was. But yeah. Here's the thing, man. The Digimon game isn't anything special either. The Digimon game is still way too expensive for what it is too. It's not impressive either. The Pokemon thing just made it even more ridiculous and sad. Right, like the Pokemon one is just worse. But yeah. But yeah, it just makes me want to go play Pal World instead. Like with Digimon, like I have no attachment or anything to the series. So when I tried the demo and played it for what it was, right, like I didn't really care for much of the stuff in there. I just played it for what the type of game it was there. And like as a turn-based RPG, it isn't really that interesting. Because there's so many other JRPGs that are similar but do a lot more with what they have. With the similar mechanics, there's just no creature collecting aspect to it. And like I've played a lot of those other kinds of games, so it would basically just be comparing it to that. And like it's not as interesting as a lot of those other JRPGs that are very, very similar to that thing, just without the creature collecting type stuff. And I would honestly rather go play those ones instead, but yeah. As for the ZA one, it's just like for me, the Time Stranger probably is like a 6 out of 10. But then ZA is like a 3. Right? It's like the Digimon game is like fine. It's more than a passing grade. But like especially because of the price they're asking too, which is still absolutely ridiculous. I don't think it's worth it either. That's just me anyways. I mean, like, it's still crazy though. Like, you look at Pal World, that thing's $30, and what you get there, it's crazy just how much different it is, and how much more is going on there, compared to both the Digimon game and the Pokemon game. Like, it is night and day. Right. And like, that's the thing there. You know, versus like two $70 games with extra day 1 DLC because the shit's not finished. Right? Like, the price and stuff that they're asking for the Digimon game, again, like, it's not good either. Pokemon situation is just far worse. What are my expectations? Honestly, they're not really anything higher special. I played the previous 2 betas. The second beta, like near the end, I was basically forcing myself to do stuff in there. So unless they make drastic changes to what they have in there outside of their monetization, we'll see. But like, the problem is that like, they have all these systems in place, but no actual content to play. And that's really what's gonna hurt it long term if they don't sort that out. We'll have to see. It's good that they got rid of the stamina stuff too, because it was really, really poorly done and executed in the beta. But again, we'll have to see what the final version is. But like, I don't really have much expectations for it, to be honest. And I think, again, like, the problem as well, like, when you're aware of or you look at other stuff out there, right? You ignore the anime skin or whatever if, like, you don't care as much, but, like, it is nice. But you just look at it to, like, all the other types of games and stuff out there that you could play instead. You know, in comparison, in a way, is the killer of joy, because when you're looking at something and then you're constantly reminded or thinking of something else that did X or Y or Z thing better or did the same thing, but did not have these other issues or other problems around it that you have with the other thing you're looking at, it makes it a lot harder, you know, to really have anything positive to think about of what you're looking at right in front of you at times. Especially if you're thinking about other stuff instead. And that's like kind of the double-edged swords with comparisons, so to speak. Because if you compare enough things in a certain way, it'll kill any type of incentive or enjoyment you'll have. Right. But yeah, even then, it's like, eh. So, from what I saw with Honkai Anima Nexus, it looks like shit. I'm gonna be honest. Graphically, it looks a lot better than Pal World and the Digimon game. But underneath it, the game, like from the actual gameplay perspective, man, it looks like it's gonna be dog shit long term. And like, that's kind of the problem. I want like a really nice, really cool, like monster catching type game type thing there. But it's not coming. Right now, the only actually interesting one that's actually done something good so far has been Pal World. Or whatever freaking ROM hacks of Pokemon you can find out there. A lot of the other ones, they all end up having similar or adding different types of issues and problems on top. Right? Especially as well if like you make these like live... Like, I'm tired of a lot of these live service single player slop games. Because they end up like not doing anything to like a benefit or take advantage of that aspect, other than just becoming another over-monetized platform. Yeah, like visually it looks worse, but like, that's it. The problem with the Digimon game is, as a turn-based JRPG, it's not that interesting or that compelling, honestly. Compared to other stuff out there, it's not interesting enough. Like, if you look past the creature collecting aspect, it's kind of just a meh. Or like average for something you might have played, you know, like from like JRPGs from like a decade and a half ago. It's kind of average to that. Compared to some of like some of the other stuff out there, even like as a turn-based thing, it's just, yeah. And then the mobile slop games are just dog shit. With how they end up doing things, especially when they're probably gonna end up putting like a gacha and other shit into that Honkai game too. They know what they can, like Hoyo knows what they can get away with, they know their average consumer base is fucking retarded and had their brain flushed down a skibbity toilet. So they know they can get away with, you know, putting stuff in there and like charging them upwards of $475 for a single gacha character, and it being only like 1/10 of a gacha character, and then having it still incomplete and having a weapon made for them that they're also going to charge you another $200 to guarantee a single copy of, and which of you get like you need 5 duplicates of it to max it out. You know, they know they can get away with that shit. They know they can get away with the bare minimum as long as it looks flashy and presentable enough. Right? They know they can. That is like the only time they'll say it. You know? But yeah. They know they can. Shit's why, like, I basically said at this point, I'm not touching anything from Hoyo unless I get paid. Fuck no. Because I know what bullshit they're pulling. I ain't dealing with it. I mean, it's only gotten worse from there. Like, we've seen what they do. They keep redoing the same shit over. Just change the game genre a bit, and they're doing the same shit again. Right? And the thing is, too, with these, like, single-player type games, too, they're just worse versions of other games I could play elsewhere. I literally have hundreds of games across my console library, my Steam library, my GOG library, my Epic Game Store library, and so on. I probably, if like I combined all of them, I probably have like close to 1,000 games that I could play. 1,000. Something close to that. So like, again, with a lot of these things too, it's like, if they're not doing something different or interesting or unique enough, it's like, why would I play this thing when I can just have a way better time, way better experience playing this other thing instead? Right? It's the same shit too with like when some of these games as well, they're trying to put like combat shit in there, but they end up like, they're like, oh, we'll put some flashy parry or whatever mechanics, but like, they're always going to be dog shit compared to like, okay, why would you play that when like, let's say you have access to like all the Dark Souls games, you have access to like Stellar Blade, you have access to go play Bloodborne or whatever, or some other Soulsborne game, or you can play East 10 or whatever. Like, actually, if I could go play all of those games instead, why wouldn't I just go play that instead? And like, here's the thing, I have all of those in my freaking Steam library. Every single game I just mentioned there. I literally have all of those. Well, Bloodborne's not on Steam, but like, if I wanted to play that, I could get like a fucking, I could get RPCS3 running. And I can like mod the game to run at like 120 FPS and shit. Right, because that's a PS3 game. And because I have a Ryzen 7000 CPU, I can actually take advantage of AVX 512 and get really good performance out of it. But yeah. And like, here's the other thing too, right? Like, even the cost of one character. The cost of one character in those games, just one copy, not even including the weapon, it costs more than just buying Elden Ring. The Elden Ring DLC, Night Rain, the Dark Souls games, the Dark Souls games, you could probably get, like, also if you add through key sites and stuff, you could probably add in, through some stuff, like, you could probably add in a copy of East 10 and Stellar Blade, and play all of those for the price of one guaranteed single character copy. I could literally play all of those games instead. And the thing is, too, when you consider, like, the actual time spent, right? Like, the reality is, too, like, how much of, your time spent, let's say, on those games, for example, is you actually playing the game versus the ratio of you just doing mindless chores all day. Let's be real. The excuse is the game is free, but then, except it's not free, it's costing you something else. It's definitely costing you something else, right? You know, let's say you go pull a new character in Genshin or Wu or whatever, and they want you to collect like 169 mints, spend a couple weeks farming materials in the same stupid circle to repeat farming the bosses and whatever, your weekly bosses, your world bosses, and your other instance materials. Let's say you end up, when you put that out, you probably end up putting in like another 20, 30, 40 hours just to make that one character somewhat usable. And that's not even you playing the game. You're basically putting in 30 to 40 hours of your time. On top of potentially, you know, a $475 US per copy. Not including the weapon and everything. And then you can maybe play them for like 5 minutes in the stupid circle with the timer. Right? It's just like, eh? Is it really worth it? You know? And then if you put a price on the time, right? Because the reality is, here's the thing, right? You can always get more money, but you can never get your time back. Right? Like, that's the thing too, right? So then, like, okay, how much is that time worth to you? Right? How much is that worth to you? And then when you start putting a value there, it's just, you know, it's extremely expensive at that point. It's far more expensive when you start looking at time as a currency. Not quite. Not quite. Like, here's the thing, right? I have like all those stuff hoarded, whatever. But if I stop just grabbing all the stuff in there, it's not gonna change anything. Let's say I wanted to pull Nanto, which I'm not gonna pull Nanto. His gameplay is trash. I went and tried it on the test server off stream. But like, if I wanted to pull Nanto and use Nanto, I can use him immediately. That whole thing about grabbing all that stuff doesn't apply because I won't need to do it in the first place. When the stuff will just auto-scale and whatever anyways. So, it's more so just the cost of getting it. Way too much than it's worth. But it was during COVID stuff, and COVID stuff happened with COVID money and whatever. Not really. Keep in mind. Right. I don't touch this shit. I never touch this shit. And at this point, I'm just collecting cosmetics to hoard. The stuff I have here is just me hoarding cosmetics. It's not quite the same thing here. Right, I'm just hoarding cosmetics and grabbing them and collecting them here. Oh, actually, like, yeah, if I go to you can see how many of these things I own now. I've slowly acquired. Owned. This one's also owned, but it doesn't show properly there. Owned. Yeah. Like, here's also the other difference, too. I get stuff for free. So I don't have to deal with stuff the same way you guys deal with it. I regularly get given stuff. But like, you know, I'm not touching Honkai Anime Nexus. Unless I get paid to play, I'm not touching it. And like, what's it called? With the Azure Premilia, I'm extremely skeptical of it. On how this stuff is handled there too. And I don't have any high hopes for it at all. Like, I really don't. Right? Like, the reason why for the first time Nintendo actually went after Palworld, the reason why Nintendo would go after Palworld is because the guys there were actually onto something. They actually made something actually compelling and interesting. That's why. Like, Digimon has been around for decades. Even before Pokemon. You think Nintendo cared enough about them To go after them, nah. You look in the freaking Switch eShop, you can find things like Temtem, Cassette Beasts, and a couple other Pokemon like clone games as well. They don't give a shit. The first time they actually went after something that wasn't like some ROM hack that used the name, whatever, like Pokemon Uranium, if you guys know that one, is literally Palworld for that type of thing. Okay, that is the first time since that Pokemon clone game that used the Pokemon name in there, which they probably shouldn't have. In that case, because they literally, but that one was because of the name thing, not because of the other stuff. But yeah, like keep in mind, like the reality is, let's say like Nintendo probably doesn't give a shit, because like here's the thing, right? With Azure Promelia and the Honkai one. They can go pursue some legal action and stuff like that, and like stop them from releasing outside of China. They could. They literally can. They can do all they want in that if they really gave a shit about doing that. But they're not going to pose any type of threat there. They did? Damn, that's crazy. Well, like, yeah. Like, the reality is, though, Bandai, they were not, like, Nintendo doesn't see them as anything like that. Right. They joined in for different reasons, but, you know, like, that's just the reality of everything. But yeah. It's just that over time, it just becomes harder and harder for me to, like, want to bother touching certain things if I'd rather just go touch something else that does X, Y, or Z thing better. Because I'm always going to be making those comparisons. Either consciously or subconsciously. Yeah, I know. I do know. Again, like, Digimon has been around for decades. Yeah, well, they want to crush competition that actually poses a threat. Digimon is not a threat. Like, you can say what you want, but Digimon is not a threat or anything. They can't trademark that. You can't trademark a price thing. But yeah. That is what it is. But what's funny though is like that leaks on like the finances and stuff with Nintendo is crazy. Right? Like the insane amount of profits that they make, and like here's the thing with Nintendo. Like I haven't really cared much about the shit from Nintendo for a long time. Because, like, for the past decade and a bit as well, even when it came to their first-party shit, a lot of them just felt like lazy crash grabs. Right? Like, Breath of the Wild, for what it is, like, the Zelda games on the Switch, Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom, as cool as some aspects might be, I'm gonna be honest, the older Zelda games before them are way better. It's just that, like, they have, like, a baby's first open world game vibe to it that, like, got a lot of people interested in the thing there. They had a couple of interesting mechanics, but, like, they never actually did anything with them. So it's just like, eh. Like, I never bothered to care to go back and actually finish and beat Breath of the Wild. Like, I played it a couple times on stream before, if you remember. But, like, I never bothered to go and finish it. And I don't really care enough to go and do it. Like, the same thing with, like, Tears of the Kingdom. Like, there's a lot of cool tech stuff you can do, but, like, it's just you doing them and nothing else interesting there. And then, like, some of the maps just look... Some parts of the map just look kinda... Yeah. Well, they're trying. Oh, here's the reality, man. The patent office and stuff like that are just full of a bunch of underpaid, understaffed, old farts that'll just pass almost anything they see. And they're lazy enough to the point where they're like, we'll just let the pieces of shit fight it in court rather than actually doing their job. That's the reality. So if they're swamped enough, they might get it through. Because they're always, like, understaffed and always swamped like crazy. I mean, like, up to the Wii. The older games up to the Wii. Is what I mean. Like, I'm including N64, SNES, NES, yeah. The older Game Boy games. Like, I remember when I played Link's Awakening on the Switch, I played the OG Game Boy one back in the day. Outside of a graphical upgrade, it really felt like it was super lazy. It felt super lazy. And stuff like that. Like, cool, the art and the graphics is nice. It went with like $60 for an old-ass Game Boy game that at one point they would sell on the virtual console for like $5. Like, bruh. But yeah, that's just how I feel on that stuff. Like, they've been in that mode of like re-releasing, repackaging the same shit and then marking things up like crazy for a while. It doesn't matter. If the people in the patent office are unaware, they can still do whatever. Do you think they're actually gonna do research, man? Do you actually think they'll bother to? And they'll look into every single last thing with patents? You know, fun fact. More than 90% of patents that get brought into court end up being on like things where like the actual original patents end up being like false patents. Like there's like some statistic on that because like to an extent almost anyone can get a patent across really easily as long as they have enough money. But yeah. And like the thing is too, like prior art or whatever doesn't matter unless you fight it in court. That's the other thing too. It doesn't matter if someone else did X or Y or whatever Z thing before. It's up to the courts to decide at some point if it gets approved. And in some cases, the piece of shit judge at the end can just be like, well, I get it, their claim to this patent shouldn't be there, shouldn't be valid. But like, they already had the thing for a couple of years. There's a bunch of corruption in there. And they're like, so we're still gonna let them keep it. Which has happened. And there was an actual thing that happened recently over chip designs. Believe it or not, involving Intel and a couple other companies on this type on patents. So like, yeah. That's the other thing there too. They can even be like, meh, they don't even care. At times. There's a bunch of corruption and all sorts of other shit that goes on there. But yeah, that's just the world we live in. So here's the thing with Dungeons and Dragons. They actually did do that with a bunch of their stuff. Actually. It's just that they had this weird free license to modify type of thing going on. Which is why it hasn't been a problem. But like, no. It really depends. But again, like, it depends on, like, if they're willing to fight it or do whatever. Or take action. That's all that matters. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, I heard about that. The Sonic Show thingy, yeah. That Pepega piece of yeah. Well, it is what it is. No, they can trademark it. It's not copyright, but they can trademark it. Not quite the same thing. But yeah. What the fuck? A Sonic with a Mario hat? Nah. That's so dumb, man. Well, it is what it is. They didn't get the rights. They didn't get the rights. Funny stuff, though. But yeah. But why would I make a Sonic with a Mario hat? That sounds kinda dumb. Why would I have a freaking Sonic costume? That sounds dumb. What? Just because I have the blue and the blue and red? You know, Mario even has blue and red on there. You know? Also, the eye color I have isn't even the correct color for Sonic either. Sonic has green eyes. Halloween costume? Nah, I'm good. I might just update the old model I have. A Mita costume, maybe. But yeah. The fuck, orange flavored milk? What the hell? Well, he has green eyes. He's had green eyes since the Dreamcast era. Alright, I'm just gonna go quickly grab a drink. One sec. Oh wait, never mind, I already had it here. But yeah. I know that, yeah. No. So, what freaking Paimon now? The Hoyo Games isn't happening anyways. Realistically speaking, it's not happening. No one wants to do weekly raider final trial. It's only Tuesday. I haven't done it yet. The fuck is this coffee and Mountain Dew? The hell are these drink combos? Alright, we need 4 more people. Are we at 5 out of 8? Okay. Come on. Just need 3 more people. I mean, World Chat's not dead. So we know there's people in here. And we got some people here. We have 3 more slots to fill though. Oh. What was I pinged for? I mean, the older Sonic one, it's because the pupil thing. Yeah, the black part of the pupil's there, but like, whatever. And then, like, you look at him since Dreamcast era, he's had green eyes. Alright, we got 1 more spot. 1 more. I see. Oh damn, wish it came too late. Alright, raid time. Raid first. Alright, and then after we do a raid on final trial, we'll do some array acts. Oh shit. Why is it targeting that thing? Alright, let's go kill Queen Zeno. I don't know. AI taking over? I mean, probably fairly soon, actually. Within a couple years. Especially once the hardware and stuff has gotten standardized enough. Though I don't know if they're gonna have it like run locally or not. Ideally, I'd rather have that stuff be handled locally, so that will probably still be a while. Maybe like 10 years or so. Because, like, it's kind of dumb to not have it run locally. The reason being is just the actual resource costs and stuff like that is just gonna be way too high for what they would need it to do in some cases. That it would be better if they could run it locally instead of thing. But also because of things like the Nemesis system is still under the Warner Bros. Patent for the Nemesis system, a lot of the stuff they would benefit from using AI for that type of thing, they can. Technically, only Warner Brothers can make use of it because of their patent. Right? Like, the whole video game patent stuff is ridiculous for game mechanics. But because of the patent for the Nemesis system, it would be close enough to what they would do with that they can't do it. Like, nobody can do it for, like, the next 10 years. Well, they can't do it anyways right now because of the Nemesis system. The Nemesis system is patented. So, like, they literally cannot do it. Even if you could, like, they actually just can. Why the fuck is it making me target that thing? God, I hate this. I need to fix my targeting settings. Targeting stuff like that is part of why these games are shit. I need to, like, readjust my targeting settings that are in ToF. At least I can do stuff to mitigate it there. But then, like, every single, like, Hoyo game with 3D combat and stuff like that, or WUA and stuff, you can't change that. So it's like, that problem that you just saw there is far worse there. And that shit annoys the fuck out of me. Oh, if you're talking about voice actors, probably within the next 5 years. If not sooner. Yep. And no one else can do the Nemesis thing in their game because of that piece of shit patent. Was it Bandai Namco or what was it? The one that patented having minigames in the loading screen? Ever since that happened too, we've never had any loading screen in any game do minigame type shit. The closest we had was like after the patent expired, Sonic Frontiers made use of it to do like interactive tutorials during its loading screen, and that's it. That's like the only other place I've seen interactive loading screens that actually have more than just random tips or like flavor text. The Sonic Frontiers loading screens, where you have like a basically training room. It's over. I have the high ground. I mean, patents themselves are, for the most part, extremely petty. Like, patent trolling is a thing, you know? Right, it's not as if patent trolling is not a thing, because it very much is a thing. Oh, it's someone's weapon. It's the skill of someone's weapon. They can make a giant teddy bear show up, and then it'll do an attack. Because, like, this is a multiplayer game, so other people can do things. It's her weapon, this thing. You can get a giant teddy bear with it as for an attack. It'll pop out. This thing. But yeah. It is what it is. I'm not rolling. I'm not rolling. I'm hoarding everything. So I pretty much have like almost enough to just like A6 another unit with my hoarded resources. By the time I roll again, I actually roll for something, I will have more than enough for that. Especially considering how much I get from Hoppa every month. Like every month, Hoppa gives me like an extra like 50 pulls or something in the mail. Like I get an extra 50 plus pulls in the mail every month. Easy. My ult did a lot of healing. Damn. My ult did a lot of healing just by being there. AFK. But yeah. I'm probably just not gonna pull until next altered. Probably. Hoard up all the resources though. Oh yeah, I wonder. Hopefully, Hopla does another does drops again for the next patch. Drops are nice. Last time I did AFK drops, I made like $300 off of it. I made an extra 300 off of AFK drops last time, which was nice. It's easy money. Hopefully we get drops next patch. Alright, we're done with that stuff. Alright, I'm gonna alter my... Wait, I think that... I'll just stick with that layout. Alright, let's get some reacts going. We got a bunch. Alright, we'll put ToF Mini there. Alright. Which one was Alright. Where do we start? Alright, let me go up, back up a bit. Let's see where we, missed stuff from. I think it's, starting from here. What is this? End of humanity as we know it involves adorable Digimon. Reporter hopes so. Okay, what is this? What is this?
Our top story this evening. Is this the end of humanity as we know it? Or a viral marketing stunt gone too far? With more on this developing story, we go to Karen Smith.
Okay.
Karen?
Sightings have been popping up all over the world of these various creatures from a video game series called Digimon. People are saying that this is a landmark moment in history.
Yeah, so I had seen a Patamon on my way to the grocery store earlier.
I mean, at first I was calling my friends like the end is near and all that stuff.
I knew this was going to happen.
But then when I got closer, I saw that it was just a Gabumon, and I was like, oh, okay.
I thought it was maybe something that the marketing team was cooking up for the release of Digimon Storytime Stranger.
I've been saying for years that those creatures are going to cross over into our world, but no one would listen to me. No, but I knew.
Okay.
It did make me pre-order, though.
I'm pretty sure it's an
Our
ad.
marketing department had
Yeah.
Digimon breach our reality for the upcoming release of Digimon Storytime Stranger. That's pretty cool.
Like Frigimon setting up an ice cream shop on File Island. These events are pretty cool indeed. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Karen. Well, that'll certainly be something to keep our eyes on in the coming days. Hopefully, it won't mean the end of the world. It's now time to go to Dennis with the weather. Dennis.
Okay.
Digimon Story Time Stranger, available now.
Alright, future of Xbox.
So we had a rumor that was going around
We'll do it
over the
from
last
there.
24 hours or so when it comes to Microsoft. And I was watching this unfold. I figured we would probably get either some kind of response from Microsoft or one of the more Microsoft-focused outlets would tap their sources and get at least...
Here, we'll speed it up. I'm on 1.69 speed, whatever.
some kind of confirmation, or they're able to refute some of the information going around. Seems like we got both then, and it has to do with Microsoft
I couldn't put it
leaving
at a nice
the hardware
speed.
space for consoles, as in we would lose one of the three major platform holders, and Xbox hardware would go away. I mean, there was discussion that Microsoft had canceled their plans for the next generation Xbox that we figured would show up as soon as next year in 2026. Well, the thing with that, again, is we have a report coming back and even a statement from Microsoft kind of refuting this, and we'll go over all the details of that tomorrow in Newswave. But I noticed something with all of this. People were pretty understanding of it, like, yeah, that makes sense. And I went, wow, that's really where we are right now with Xbox, and that's kind of where the sentiment is. And it's concerning because there is like almost a self-fulfilling prophecy to that, if that's where the audience and the general gaming population online, I should say, is again very different from mainstream to that, but based on the sales that we're seeing, that the mainstream would soon be participating in to hold up, and that not necessarily being there, and people immediately ready to believe this, it makes me very concerned about the future of Xbox. People are already concerned about it, but even their ability to make any kind of comeback, I'm questioning it quite a bit, and it makes me wonder about the future of the brand completely. But we'll go over that here today. So guys, enjoy the video, hit the like button, subscribe if you're new. You want to stick around a bit because I'm gonna hit you with a wave of nostalgia later on in the video, okay? Because I want to make a point about sort of the feeling of attachment when it comes to the Xbox brand for people. At this point, I think it dates back decades now. I mean, think about the old days of Xbox, and I bring that up because I did a poll for Newswave tomorrow, and I asked people, what was the first Xbox you played? Could have been the first one you owned, maybe, but I said played because you may have gone to a friend's house and been like, oh, what's this game? Oh, it's an Xbox or 360. And the vast majority of people, 78%, said either the original Xbox or the Xbox 360. And I think for many people, that's kind of the case. I don't know how many people look at the Xbox One and go, that's the one. Out of all the systems, the four big systems Microsoft released, the 4 generations they've had, the Xbox One was it. That was the best one. Or the Series, Xbox Series. Most people, I think now, probably say Xbox 360 because it was on the market just outright twice as long as the original Xbox.
Yeah.
But that also had a lot when it came to online play and so on. But the original Xbox had some really cool stuff going on. But that sense of attachment, I think, just comes from Xbox's glory days for the most part. And I did think...
Yeah, so, like, the thing about Xbox, it had some cool stuff that people use still to this day. I'm talking about the Xbox, like, Media Center thing. XMDC or whatever it was called. It's an application and stuff I still use to this day in 2025. It is an amazing piece of software. Though not as XMDC anymore. If you've heard of Kodi, that's what it is, like the modern fork of it, but yeah. Consoles have been dead for a long ass time. Like, nah. The hell's a dog shock? Oh, you're talking about that thing? I'm like, oh, nah. We talked about that before already, though. But, like, I don't really farm drama shit. Alright, we'll just go to the next thing. Wait, no, I think we did see this one already. The AI attempted murder. It's this one we didn't see.
What up, friend?
Alright.
What up, friend knows, welcome back. It's content day, and I figured what better way to, you know, just suckle on the teeth of content than to talk about something that absolutely nobody cares about, because nobody, outside of my YouTube channel and a very small subsection of the internet, knows that this game exists and will ever know that this game exists. It's called Ship of Heroes. It should probably be called
Ship
of
moved to mobile pretty
Delusional Developers, or, you know, Ship of Hero, or Ship with no heroes, because obviously, as you look right now, there is zero players online, and it had
the first Xbox was literally just an off-the-shelf Pentium 3 machine. For the most part, the OG Xbox was literally just a Pentium 3 machine. Heck, fun fact, you could open up an OG Xbox, if you had the same CPU for that socket, you could technically upgrade the CPU in the OG Xbox, because you could just remove the CPU from the socket and put in a faster CPU in there. You could do that in the OG Xbox. And there were some people that would do that because they would use the Xbox as a dedicated XMBC machine.
24-hour peak of 11 people.
Damn.
It did apparently reach a peak of 100 players when it released 10 days ago. This is the MMO that decided to launch with a $60 price tag.
That's
to
crazy.
Buy into an MMO that looks like this.
Nobody's playing it, yeah.
Like something worse than what was made 20 years ago. And the reason I'm talking about this is because I like content, and this game developer is content. I usually wouldn't make repeated videos on something
Zero
like
people in game right now.
But I'm doing this because
that's crazy.
I just want that to be very, very clear. I'm doing this because people find it interesting, and this will bring some joy and entertainment to people's lives, which is more than I can say for the video game. So that's what we're going to do, because this developer
Review
is
bomb? There's like nobody playing it.
Absolutely out of control. You go on the Ship of Heroes, you know, discussion section on Reddit, on Steam, and you can click the people and click view posts, and you can see what they've been posting. And the whole time that this game has been coming out. This guy has been banning people, censoring discussion around the price of the game, the quality of the game, and also, of course,
because banning is easier.
Absolutely high off of his own supply on what this game is. And even now, he's posting things that are just like,
to quote someone I used to know, banning is easier.
Come to this conclusion. I am
from some
very
place.
for indie development and supporting indie developers, and I'm also very for things existing that aren't for me and that can service a small niche community. I have always been a firm fucking proponent of these things. What I'm not a firm proponent of is somebody being delusional, right? So we just have to use this time to point that out. So this game, you can see, right? The price tag immediately lets you know something was wrong with this game's, you know, the person running this game. Because who would have thought you could charge $60 box price for a very specific niche MMO that needs a player base to be able to function?
Exactly.
You know, you can look at the amount
That's
of people
the problem with
playing this
MMOs. You need to have players. And that's what makes it really hard to make them work.
The guy's response to this is, we have been review bombed. During its first week, Ship of Heroes was review bombed. How many reviews do you even have? You have 68 reviews. How is this a review bomb? In your brain, do you not just look at this and as an adult that capable of self-reflection and go, is it more or less likely that we are being review bombed by this shadowy group of people that play a competing game? They're not competing, by the way. That game won before you existed. City of Heroes, of course, and now the private servers of City of Heroes. There is no competition here. Why would they need to? You're not even a blip on these people's radar because your game
I have no idea. I haven't been
it costs more money and it's worse.
Paying attention too much to some of the stuff going on.
In my brain, competing product to ruin our chance of success, or is our game just bad and costs too much money? Most people would just go, oh, made a bad product, made a boo-boo. Hopefully we can fix it. Let's lower the price. This is reasonable. People, you know, $60 for this is not worth it. This is a reasonable thing to say. But of course, no. This guy thinks they've been review bombed. It's a fairly common problem for new games on Steam. No, it's not. This is not a fairly common problem for new games on Steam. This is a common problem when your game does something wrong on Steam. Let's go through, shall we? Let's take a look at some new games on Steam and let's see if they're being review bombed. You can see there, obviously I've just looked at the graph. What's a new game on Steam? Popular new releases. Let's just take any of the Hades 2, that's overwhelmingly positive, mostly positive, very positive.
Mostly positive, yep.
EA Sports FC, of course, that's mixed. Is that being review bombed? No, it's just a shit game. It's a shit game that normies repeatedly buy to punish themselves because they like football games and apparently gambling. Mars First Logistics, never heard of it. Overwhelmingly positive. Cloverbit, very positive, most positive, very positive. Where's this common review bombing? I'm not.
Yeah, where's the review bomb? There's
why I'm not seeing it? Because it doesn't exist. You get review bombed.
Yep.
Well, this isn't even a review bomb. You get negative reviews when your game gives people a negative experience.
Exactly.
It's common sense. As a result, we've made a few simple changes. We are responding to the most common concerns listed. Nobody's playing your game and it costs too much money. Because good, honest people sometimes have significant doubts about a game, and we want to answer them. We've also reset our Steam forums to prioritize discussions among our customers and players. Due to the review bomb trolls swamping the Steam forums with negativity, we suggest that anyone who hasn't purchased and wants to inquire about the game, its features, culture, and path forward, visit the Ship of Heroes forums at shipofheroes.com. These forums are maintained in a troll-free state to the best of our ability.
Okay.
Now, obviously this is delusional, right? And this guy has a series of incredibly delusional posts. One of the key features that make Ship of Heroes a good and fun and great and worth $60 game is that they have an experience that has not been available in many new games in recent years, such as being able to play an MMO with no players. Players can participate in large events like raids with 50+ players and a large number of enemies on the screen at the same time. Can they? One sec.
Except they have no players.
I know it's been a while since I've been in school, but can you have 50 players on screen when there is 0 online and the max in the last 24 hours was 11? Where are these fucking 50 players coming from?
Don't meet.
Are you doing superpowers in the game to duplicate human beings? Have you fucking leveraged that technology into the game for $60? No. You're not doing a 50-player raid, are you? Because there isn't 50 players in the fucking game. You'd probably have to schedule this a month in advance so the 50 people that own the fucking thing could log on together for an hour to do a raid together. But they, of course, wouldn't, because they'd probably be doing something better with their time. Like, I don't know, shoving a fucking spade in their ass the wrong way.
Damn, they're shoving spades up their ass.
It's great to have good FPS when your game looks 20 years old and there's nobody on the screen. It may or may not be for you, or anybody, but it's highly immersive, very, very fun, and the sort of uncontrolled chaos and excitement
fun is subjective, man.
And now can only see in an older MMO. If you want that kind of experience with a positive community of other players and new content that you've never played before, Ship of Heroes is a great home. Said nobody, ever.
Yep.
Some people want MMO features that they love and new content, not the same old stuff they've been playing for a decade or two. Ship of Heroes lets players form big groups. No, it doesn't. There are no players.
Exactly. You can't form a big group if there's no one to group up with.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
How are you gonna form a big group if there's no one in the group?
Second Life mod. This game looks like Second Life. And if you've seen Second Life, you know that that isn't a compliment. And also, it's 2025. So it would never be a compliment. Second Life didn't look good when Second Life was brand new. And this game looks like Second Life. Even the regular mission size team can go up to 10 in size. So, if you want to do a dungeon with the 10-player cap, there's only one person in the entire game, if you're on at the peak time, that isn't in that dungeon with you. There's just fucking odd one out. You know, where's Waldo? Just in town on his own, while the other 10 players play in the dungeon together. Who's he? You must be the most annoying motherfucker in the world. It's probably you. Even the regular mission go up to 10 instead of the 2 to 4 that many games are now. I mean, you can run like fucking 5 groups in the whole game if you had 2-player done, and then there'd still be one odd man out, unfortunately. And the chat is moderated. Yeah, of course it is. There's nobody typing in it. The community of players is positive, and really no one needs to hear or see another gold farmer hawking their wares. You know where gold farmers exist?
They're existing in
popular games. Where there is value of gold to sell to other people. You know where they don't exist?
In games that are dead.
In 24 hours. You know, it's just common sense. You wouldn't even need to moderate your chat for gold farmers. Why would anybody be buying gold? There's nobody in the game. Like,
exactly.
Come on, bro. This is
no reason to sell gold when there's no one playing.
Fair, reasonable. We've started off good. I will tell you why people are buying it. They're not. They are not. When he was posting this, by the way, when he was posting, oh, you can play with 50 players. This was on the 29th. On the 29th, they had 13-player peak. He was saying, oh, you can join groups with 50 people and do a raid. On a day that they had 13-player peak. Like, bro. There are quite a few reasons, and they fit together. First, most MMO players are attracted to new content, new quests, new missions. They are very, very comfortable playing their same old stuff every night, but that stuff, they know it like the back of their hands. They've been playing it for 10 or even 20 years. No, not all MMOs, of course. They want something new, but mainly players also want something
new. I actually think there's a way they could probably make a modern MMO work where you have to buy to play it. I think there is a way to make it work. It's just that they can't make it as a per-user buy-in game. They'd have to pull out the same stuff that, like, what was it? Split Fiction did, but like do it on a bigger scale, right? So like maybe if you want to sell like a $60 MMO, right? You basically make it so like one person buys the game and you can share it with maybe like up to 4 other people in your friend group or something, and then you can have like co-op party dungeon stuff for like 5 players, right? And what you can do is like you can give 4 people another code that they can link to your account so that you can all share the license. I think if they were to do something like that and just make it so like each of you can like all play at the same time, but like if a 6th person wants to play, then another license of the game would need to be bought. I think that could work. If they want to do like actually charge for an MMO and get players in. If they tried to do something like that, because then you can have like someone be like, oh, there's this cool game coming out, whatever. They can talk about playing it with their friends, right? What do you mean, so are we? But, like, I'm just saying, like, no. Like, Split Fiction, right? If you, like, the way Split Fiction works, you buy the game. 1 person buys the game. 2 people can play it. So what I'm saying, right, is, like, if they want to try something like that and try to do it with an MMO, then what they need is players, right? Because a lot of the content requires multiple people to play. So what you do then is if you're going to charge for it, make it so you can share your license. So instead of just like 1 person who buys it for themselves, 1 person buys it, and then like, you know, like 4 or 5 other people can play, and they can play the game together. They do that type of thing. I think if they were to treat it and do it that way, they could maybe get actual players in there. Because, like, that's the problem there. When, like, all the content requires a bunch of people, and the barrier to entry is a monetary one, they need to overcome that somehow. Unless they're already massive enough, like WoW is, where, like, they can continue to charge for expansions and stuff, because they're old enough, and they have a large enough player base and everything going on around that. But, like, if anyone else wants to try to do that, they're gonna have to, like, change the stuff in there. Like, change how the licensing and the purchasing works if they want to get people to try to justify getting in the door. Right? Because, like, Split Fiction did really well, right? And, like, the thing is, like, that game is only playable with 2 people. You need 2 people to play Split Fiction. But it didn't have the problem of needing both players to buy the game. if they went after like that type of strategy, they could maybe get somewhere with it. Right? But yeah. That's just my take on the whole matter.
They could get in the past from their MMOs, but rarely can now. They want a positive community. I'm sure some people do, yeah. They want to be safe to join a pickup group without being griefed. I'm sure that's important for some people. I agree. And they don't want to be inundated with spam.
There's no one in there to talk to, so you can't get spam.
Games, but fair enough. Shipper delivers that. Yeah, it does. The community that support development is now showing up, and they are helpful and interested in the game and how it will grow. Are they? Where the fuck are they then? Are they?
Yeah, there's no players
on the sidelines. Are they cheering you on? Like, they're certainly not in the game. You asked for selling points, and here's another one. The game looks great for its niche. I mean, different strokes for different folks and all that. You know,
yep.
Some people like it when women stamp on their balls with high heels on. I don't. It is what it is. You know, everyone likes different things. Team maximum is 10. Nobody's doing this anymore. By team, you means group, and yeah, sure. Not a lot of games do this. Fair enough. You're right. The league maximum is 60 players. One of the most common comments we hear in-game chat from new players is that this game looks great compared to what I expected from the Steam comments. No, you don't. Maybe somebody said this. Maybe somebody did. That person has been frozen in amber for 20 years.
Probably. They've been frozen in ice for 100 years.
I'd hope so. You've never had 50 players at an event since the game fucking launched, probably. Most of us run 40 to 60 FPS in big league event. Many players are running around with 150 FPS on very powerful
computers. They have 0 players right now, so like, yeah.
It's like it came out 20 years ago. For this feature of getting 50 plus players on screen at once in close quarters with big battle against more numerous enemies, it's hard to do. Especially when you don't have them online. How many of the
the thing is with a lot of MMOs these days, there's a lot of focus to make a bunch of single player and small group content.
All I meant is that many MMO players want to get in early. They didn't though. Be able to have the right to say, I joined during launch. MMO players play their games for years and identify with their games as well. But the core people are buying Ship of Heroes every day and playing it and concluding it's a pretty good game and actually very fun. Games should be fun.
Except there's nobody playing it that day.
Yeah.
So they can't say that if there's no one playing
the largest post ever. Hello. If you're reading this post, you have reached the discussion boards of the Ship of Heroes store on Steam. This is the place where we tell you about Ship of Heroes and explain the features of the game, so you can decide if playing our new MMORPG would be fun for you. We also encourage Ship of Heroes players to share their thoughts about the game and ask questions as well, just the ones we approve of, because if not, we will ban you. This is our little store, in other words. To combat a wave of third-party harassment, trolling and gaslighting, we've put in a requirement that you must have played the game to post in the main section. Of course, every game has honest critics who don't like some elements and wouldn't personally enjoy the game enough to buy it. We are very responsive to sincere feedback, even if it's about glitches or requests for features, as our players have seen in-game. But we also have an obligation to get our message out, and repetitive complaints are unpleasant for everybody. So we're going to address some of the most common and angriest takes so far in their clearest forms. Your game is too darn expensive. We can buy other games for a lot less money. You need to lower the price right now. You see how he's already poisoned the well of framing this? As if
it is too expensive.
Thinks that this game is too expensive for what it is. He's some kind of like entitled, angry crybaby. No, we're just normal people, mostly, by and large.
Because like, if you need 10 people to play, well, to do a piece of content, for example, it's $60 per player. That's $600 to play the game. Right? Across 10 people with 10 devices? That's $600 technically that would need to be spent for one group to form to do something. And that is part of the problem.
They're just like, this game will never sell a remotely reasonable amount of units, enough for the game to have a functional population. Because you cannot sell a $60 box price, $45 I guess if you count, you get the first $15 per month subscription included. You can't sell this game for that. And you know what? I said it, then the game came out, and it was proven. And you now have objective evidence that this, as a statement, is factually true. You can't argue with it. How can you argue with, not many people are going to buy this game for this price? Game comes out, not many people buy it for this price. Oh, you're just angry and entitled about the price. No, it's just true. First, we want to say, we hear you. We really do. But it's not so easy. Even if we wanted to lower the price, Steam has rules for when and how games can change prices. And there are good reasons why Ship of Heroes is expensive. No, there aren't. Steam enables a huge number of games to launch every year, perhaps 100,000 games a year. Wow, that's a lot of games. But Ship of Heroes is one of the very few brand new MMOs. Even more, we are an MMO that has several unusual and impressive features. Brother, please. The issue is that when you play, you can massively customize your character's appearance, and even write a short backstory for your character that other players can see and read. So we have a text editor.
Yeah. Aren't there like mods for WoW to do this too? I remember there being mods for WoW like 10, 15 years ago or whatever. that let people do this shit while they're RPing. Like, this has, like, been a thing for MMOs for a long-ass time.
And less customization than
and, like, other
any
people
of the
can
mobile
see
games
your...
I've played in the last fucking 5 years. Like, this is not
your
a selling point, is it?
Your RP
very, very
lore
few
or whatever.
MMORPGs even come close. Ship of Heroes has some of the best MMORPG character creation tools in the world, as far as we can tell. They don't, though. You're not playing these games if you think that. There's literally like 50 clothing options at maximum, and that was like the highest per body piece. And they were just like slightly different, most of them. Very slightly different. The idea that this is like the most robust character creation is actual delusion. You can't change almost any form of like your appearance in the game. Like, there's no like sliders or anything for like random elements. Look at Black Death's Online's character creator that came out again over a decade ago. That makes this look like customizing a Mr. Potato Head. Like, it's crazy. Despite that freedom, we also enable 50 plus highly customized human controlled characters to battle an even larger number of enemies with their widely varied superpowers, all near you and clearly visible on your screen. And we can keep the FPS on most client computers well above 30. On a mid-range computer, FPS is often above 50.
30 is nothing.
They don't exist. This is an exciting feature that really delivers the feeling of a massively multiplayer game, not a sort of multiplayer game, not a single player game with limited co-op play, massively multiplayer. 50 plus customized human control characters at once in a big open area on your screen at once, fighting lots of enemies. Oh, fuck's sake. Sure, great feature, right? It doesn't exist in your game. Is your game a massively multiplayer online role-playing game that hosts 50 plus player combat on screen at once if you can't even get a fifth of the player base to do one of those? No, obviously not. It's like renting out fucking Wembley Arena and saying, oh, I can fit 10,000 screaming fans in here, and then there's just like one guy cleaning with a fucking broom. Like, oh yeah, I had a fucking show at Wembley Arena where I could have had 20,000 fans in there. Yeah, but you didn't, did you? Like, what relevance does this have to anything? How many of the 100,000 games launched on Steam this year will have this combination of features? In truth, we do not know. Probably less than 5. You're not one of them. And why is that important? Because joining a big raid with your character who looks the way you want is extremely fun. Not enough for people to do it. Yet sadly, it's also expensive to create and sustain. Another big factor is our pricing model. You pay for the download and you pay for monthly subs so we can continue expansion of the game. That's it for the foreseeable future. There's no cash off, no loot boxes, no other monetization. We're not trying to nickel and dime you. Fair enough.
It doesn't mean multiplayer online game.
Or create problems and sell the solution. Once you're playing the game, our only incentive is to make it as fun as possible so that you'll stay, and we're highly focused on that goal.
Yeah, except nobody's staying.
People saying the graphics look 10 years old. It looks more than that, realistically. You know, again, Black Desert Online came out over 10 years ago. Second, as many people have observed, graphics
yeah, it's true. Black Desert came out a long-ass time ago now.
But those studios can also be predatory and apathetic to feedback. Single-player games also have enormously less latency than multiplayer ones. Most have experienced latency as lag or very low FPS or both. Single-player games are incredibly popular for good reason, and their graphics are getting better every year. Some could be compared to the iconic visuals of major movies. Most that enable 50-plus players on screen at the same time cannot keep up. I played a game called Darkfall Online in 2009 that had 500 players on screen at once with, you know, depending on your computer specs, 30-ish FPS was like seen as the top end for back then.
Yeah.
500 plus players on screen, and the game looked better than this in every conceivable way.
Damn.
And was a large, massive open world compared to what this is, with no loading screens, other than like going in a couple of dungeons, which were also not instants. They were just like part of the game world that it teleported you to, so it needed a load screen for back then. So, and again, that game was made by a small company. What would easily be considered an indie company. So to say that that was in 2009. So to say that this game looks good for what it can do is insane. Like, you're just not engaging with reality at all. Coordinating the movements, powers, and animations of fights where players may be scattered around the globe in Bangkok, Buenos Aires, Chicago, Kyoto, London, Mumbai, and many other locations has a latency cost. With the current technology, there does not seem to be hope for an MMO with big raid flagship of heroes having true movie quality graphics in the foreseeable future. Tech
movie quality, my ass.
Sure, so when people say our game looks no better than some of the older, more successful MMOs,
movie quality, my ass, man.
Games, we have to smile. But you're not one of them, are you? You're new and not popular or successful. When real players actually play Ship of Heroes and see Apotheosis City, one of the most common comments is, wow, this looks so much better than I expected from the Steam forum comments. Why aren't they playing game then?
Exactly, why aren't they playing?
Right graphical settings. It doesn't take
Nobody's playing it.
We invite you to come in, play it, and see for yourself.
It's a dozenly multiplayer online game.
And the graphics that go with them. I mean, this is just true. This is not a complaint or a criticism you can address. This is just true. Setting aside the fact that quite a few early critics seem to want us to fail, I didn't want you to fail. Up until you proved to me that you deserve to. Right? If you'd have just released this game, said nothing about the price, banned nobody, and just released the game and it failed, I'd have just been like, this game, as a review, is not good. It will fail. Move on. But the minute you start doing this and painting everybody as if they're like some fucking unhinged weirdo, or they're out to get you and they're bombing you for like reasons that aren't related to the game or actions you've committed, right? You know, actions having consequences. Then obviously I'm going to make videos about it because, I mean, it's funny, right? It's entertainment, and also criticism is valid whether you agree with it or like the way it's presented. Full stop. When you get to this stage, of course, people want to see you fail because of the Schadenfreude of you fucked around and now you are finding out. But playing the same battle on a team is a wildly different scenario, making the missions fun in a different way. And the community of players is friendly and helpful, so it's very easy to team up casually. A team can be up to 10, and a league for big raids can go up to 60. What has this got to do with the fact that you've just said there won't be enough players to sustain it, though? What the fuck has this got to do with
There's nobody to play
you can
it.
do this. Yeah, I can, again, fill Wembley Stadium. Can't, but, you know, I can, technically, if I rent it out. Given the ability to dial the difficulty missions via rewards, almost every mission in the game can become quite a bit like a raid. Some can be made more difficult than any raid. The game scales up and down depending on the number of players you are playing with, and it scales your levels so that you can team with your experienced friends. That's critical. And we hear from players who are already enjoying ship referrals that teaming and solo are both fun. Some players are wary of big
If it
teams
was
and raids,
really
preferring
that
smaller
fun, why
groupings.
isn't
That
anyone
also
playing
works well
it?
for the same reasons, and since we moderate chat, you are a lot safer from grouping and trolling in ship heroes than in other games.
Well,
There's
there's
no
nobody
RNG
to
bots
moderate,
feature many players say
so
they truly want in an MMO.
it's an
He has
easy
not
chat to
addressed
moderate.
this question at all. You won't have enough players to sustain the big raids. Yeah, but you can do big raids. And
You
they're fun, and we
can, but
ban
you
trolls
can't.
and griefers. Okay. What about the ability to sustain those raids? No? Okay. You wrote this, by the way. You wrote these questions and then didn't answer them. Crazy. Your MMO is more expensive than other MMOs from 10 or 20 years ago, and you have less content than all the old MMOs out there, and there's no endgame yet in your MMO. Everything has an exclamation mark, by the way, because he's painting this as if everyone's shouting angrily at him. All fucking, you know, couple hundred people that even have posted about this game, full stop. Generally speaking, MMOs launch with high prices. I mean, most MMOs nowadays launch with no price. They're mostly free to play. If you
Most of
include,
them are free to play,
early access packs where you get like a head start and shit. Sure, yeah, but then they're free to play after the first couple of days usually. The cost slowly goes down over time, even as the game expands. This is because playing a new MMO is enormously fun when it is new. Yeah, it didn't really help you all so much.
Yeah, it's too personalized.
Every mission and every raid 20 times. You don't know how it all turns out. Most people don't know yet. And the launch team usually has a pipeline of new ideas and partially completed missions they would like to create. The money generated at the beginning helps to fund the expansion of the game. So yes, a new MMO usually does not have an end game at launch. What?
What do you mean?
What the fuck are you talking about? MMOs might have a less robust end game at launch.
Less robust, but they usually have
they
one.
Just have no end game is patently false.
That is false.
Like,
yep.
There's no MMO that launches where you buy it, you get to end game, and the game just ends. There is stuff to do. It might just not be as good as it is fucking 10 years later, because that's obvious.
Yeah.
A new MMO usually does not have an end game at launch, and it's much smaller than old MMOs. It's not like a single player game that ships with all it will ever have except for paid DLCs. But every MMO you enjoy now started out just as new as we are, with a small fraction of their latest scale and plenty of wrinkles to smooth out over the years.
Yeah, one plays the game, the other develops the game, is questioning how he got those questions. Exactly.
Will this game get more content? Not with 0 players online, it won't. Every MMO since the days of launch has had to compete with older, bigger, and more polished predecessors and win. So our situation is nothing new or unusual. This guy still thinks he's like lacing up his boots and fucking stepping onto the field to score the winning goal, to score the winning touchdown. Like they're gonna come from behind and fucking win the race. Like he's like the everyman dreamer. He's just he watched like fucking Moneyball or something and then went to sleep, and he woke up in the middle of the night with like the dream that he's figured it out and beaten everybody. Like this is not real. This motherfucker's living in a movie. There are no streams, no Twitch, no videos. We don't know anything about what your game looks like. Exclamation mark. This comment always gives us pause. But it could be a good faith question from some players who are really centered on Steam and Twitch. We've been developing for over 7 years with some short pauses. We're a very small team, but we have over 100 videos on our YouTube channel. Others have posted videos of beta events too over the years. Almost all of our videos are real gameplay because gameplay is what matters in the end. And we've had about a dozen alpha, beta, and playtests over the years. Large and small, quite a few were open to the public. We did Steam Fest 2 years ago. There are videos and streams everywhere. We also posted a video of a couple of our devs playing several missions in one of our first story arcs in the game. Probably the only fucking people playing the game, by the way, to even record. If you prefer third-party sources and other people stream in ship affairs all the time, we don't have time to watch it all, but we encourage it. Some like us and others don't. Some like us,
but
and
who's
others
streaming
don't.
it?
Life,
if nobody's playing it.
In short, we think our game is very fun to play. We think it's beautiful compared to other MMOs like ours, and the in-game community is very nice and positive. You fucking sat talking to yourself in there. Oh, yeah,
it's very empty.
Oh, fucking, you look nice today. Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah. We're at the beginning, and if we have to struggle to build a community, we plan to do it. Good luck. Best of luck. Stop posting this shit, of course. It makes you look terrible, but good luck. If you're unsure whether the ship is worth cost, the answer is simple. Buy the game and just play it for 90 minutes. If you don't like it, get a full refund from Steam. They're very generous with refunds, and they will tell you more than anyone's opinion on the internet, including ours. Facts. 100% facts. first factual thing you've said the whole time.
Yeah.
A new MMO that has a lot of growing in front of it is not for everyone. Lots of MMO players complain that the big MMO firms don't want to take risks. True. So they don't give you anything really new. Well, we took the risk and we have something new, so come and try it. Don't let anyone else make the decision for you. Peace. And regardless of your decision, have fun playing whatever games you enjoy the most. Cool. Nice positive end. Totally delusional. Just is what it is. Didn't answer the question at all. Just completely dodged your own question that you decided to post. This makes you look worse than fucking... than if you just ignored it completely. And this is just a trend. So yeah, this game is an absolutely monumental failure. Who cares? Nobody. It's just content. You know, it's worth talking about because some people have been following along with this and wanted an update on like what's happened. Nothing. Nobody's playing this thing. It just frequently drops to like 0 players. Lows are getting lower and the highs are getting lower. Like, it's fucking crazy that you're measuring the population in like, oh, there's 2 less players today than there was yesterday, and that's like a big thing because it's like 15% of your population for the game. Wild. By the way, there we go. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. Check the links in the video description. Game subs if you want to support me. Go buy some stuff. Use my discount code and you'll get money off. I'll get money back. And suggest content you want to see me cover. See you next time. Stay safe. Peace.
Alright. I'm sick. Let me go to the next one. What is this? Japanese live action ads for Legends ZA. What the fuck? Why isn't it loading? Is it deleted?
ライバルにここはポケモンとの絆を試す街。夜と昼2つの顔があるミアレシティ。絶対おいで。
パートナーとの出会い。事件の始まり。ここは人とポケモンが暮らす街。
Except the game doesn't look anything like that.
2つの顔がある。
Yeah, that's where all the budget
絶
went.
対おいで。
Like, all the buildings in Legends ZA are just flat PNGs, man. Or JPEGs, I don't know. Are they JPEGs? Are they PNGs? I have no idea. But they're literally just empty boxes with a flat JPEG on them that aren't even lined up. The ad looks way more alive. What is this? Is Sword of Justice the best MMO you've never heard of? What is this?
夜になれば街の誰もがライバルに。
Oh, it just took forever for that ad to load that video. Alright, let's see this.
So what if I told you there's an MMORPG out there that you've probably not even heard about? So this game offers a lot.
Alright, I'll put 1080p. 1.25 speed.
All that you ever really want on an MMO, some action combat, insane fashion, player housing, and AI system all coming out during launch. And this game is Sword of Justice Online. Now, a little bit of backstory with this. So this is basically a love child from the old Justice Online game that was announced back in like 2018. It was really revolutionary at the time, and it launched in China, but it never really made it to global at all. And they kind of reworked it a little bit to try and include it into mobile this time. People may hear mobile and be really turned off by that, but it's actually really well made. If you actually mess around with your UI a little bit, you can make it look very PC and not have to worry so much about the mobile aspect of it. Now, Sword of Justice is one of the most ambitious and underrated gems right now, so stick around because by the end of this video, I really think I'll make you as hype as I am for the release of this game. So Sword of Justice is an action combat MMORPG. It does have a little bit of a soft reset every year. So every year your gear is going to reset like a soft reset, and that will keep things very fresh,
I don't know about
and
that.
also kind of skew the focus onto skill-based system and reactive combat. Now, the game has been out in China for around 2 years now. They're aiming for a global release on, I think, October 30th, 2025. It's not fully confirmed yet, but on the App Store, that is the date that is set there as the initial release date that is expected. Now, if I'm not wrong, and we're like really hoping this will happen, it should launch with a 3.0 update. So the update basically overhauls the graphics and adds new technology like ray tracing into the game to make the game look even more beautiful than it already is. So you're going to start to the very end of character creator, and your first big choice is going to be one of the 6 classes that will be on launch. Now you do have your Nightwalker, that is a stealth. He's going to be playing like an assassin. You do have the Blaststorm. So the Blaststorm is basically a spear user with a lot of AoE and can fight on horseback. You do have the Sylph, so this is the only healer in the game. Also one of the only classes.
Only one healer, damn.
Gender locked. And then you do have a nominal.
But it's gender locked too, damn.
A glass cannon mage called the Celestian. And
that's
the Ironclad,
crazy.
which is a tank, which is also the second class, which is gender locked. The other classes you can play any gender you want.
Healer and tanks are gender locked.
However, this one will be only at launch.
That's
they are
crazy.
planning to make them not gender locked in the near future. Now, to showcase the combat just a little bit, the combat is pure action. You have your aiming, you have your dodging, you have your breaking out of CC in real time. So it's very, very action combat. However, it is more of a hybrid with tab targeting because there is an option of tab targeting mode for those who prefer it. The heart of the game is like a fluid impact action where you choose some classes
fluid
as
impact, guys.
You
fluid
can swap
impact.
roles. For example, your healer can be a DPS as well by stance swapping.
Because
and
it
the
is.
tank as well can be a DPS, especially for solo play. So you don't really have to rely on DPS to do your solo player stuff. And then in addition to classes, you do have your sects. Your sects are basically like a second form of class, which are more like a faction-like group, which you join one of these sects, and these sects have their own story, have their own exclusive skills only for that sect. They have their own cosmetics, so you're gonna be learning crazier skills on this one. For example, you have your beggar sect over here. If there's those people who really like cool stuff, this is what your rank master kind of a style. You do have other things like Skyrim sect, which focuses on Tai Chi style. So these skills you can earn with an ultimate and stuff, and you can incorporate them in your own class. It doesn't matter what class you play. You can be a healer, but do Tai Chi. You can be a healer, but do Drunken Master. You can do whatever you want. You're free to choose how this skill works. Now, another interesting thing about the skill system in this game is you're not really locked to your own class skills. For example, you can be a Numina, but you can learn skills from other classes. So they have a system called Secret Study where you can go to another school, for example, an Ironclad, which is the tank, can visit the Nightwaker school, which is the assassin, and kind of steal some of their skills and some of their traits and use them for your own character. So you do have that freedom of making some really insane, crazy builds that probably don't work, but you know what, you have the freedom to do whatever you want. But I have to mention that there is a little bit of a limitation. They don't let you copy all the skills. It is a small selection of around 4 skills you can copy. Some of them they
only 4 skills, guys.
Steal from the other class because they might be too OP once they are set in a tank. Because if a tank can ride a horseback, then it's a little bit crazy. So some of that are locked to particular skills. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. So this is the monetization part of the game, which is
riding a horse is class locked.
And make it or break it for a lot of MMORPGs. Now, this game does have some monetization aspects
riding a horse
right now. Now, the first monetization the game has to offer is the normal battle pass, which is kind of standard for the entire gaming industry right now. So yes, we're not going to expect any game to launch without a battle pass these days. So you do have your normal battle pass here. Very fair battle pass. The paid version of it doesn't really give you that much of an advantage, just some currency, extra currency, but it's actually pretty fair, to be honest. I didn't see anything crazy about the battle pass.
But he's not describing what's in there, so how do I know? This is like a really bad video, because it's like, okay, but what the fuck does any of this shit mean? What is this stuff? What are they putting in here? What am I getting? Like, bro, what the fuck does any of this mean?
And then you do have your monthly pass. This is where you get a couple of in-game premium currency every day for 30 days. It's around $5 for that purchase if you want to do that. And then let's go over to the cash shop, because this is what people really care so much about. And I have gone through the entire cash shop and I have not really found anything crazy in the cash shop. It is actually purely cosmetic. Now, this might be just because it's CBT and they're trying to hide some of this from us, but there's absolutely nothing here that will give you any stats. All of the costumes do not give you stats. It is purely cosmetic. There is no advantage you get in the entire cash shop. Now, some of the costumes can be super expensive. However, yeah, they do not really give, they don't give any combat power or any combat stats at all. It is purely cosmetic, which I
How
really
do we
like
know
that,
that's not going to be in the final game,
they might do a bait and switch in the future, but so far it looks like the monetization is very fair. Now, if you're gonna play the game free to play, you can have access to some of these costumes as well, because they are sellable in the costume in the market as well. So players can buy this and then sell them to you for in-game copper, which is the player trading currency. And on that point, let's talk about the gacha system in the game, and that is on the Heroes tab over here. So in Heroes, you do have multiple NPCs that you can gacha for. They are heroes, and they do come with a skill on that you can use on
it's the Blue Protocol Imagine
really
stuff
good
too.
Skill. However, keep in mind, you can only equip one of these skills, so you don't really need to get all of these gacha characters at all. Now you really just want to choose one that you really want, and that is the one you're going to be gachaing for. Now, I've already played the game in beta for around 2 weeks, and they're actually very generous with the gacha pools. I already have multiple legendaries for free. You get a lot of hero invites, to be honest, just by exploring.
They want you to try stuff in there. Of course, it's gonna be
this. Now, for those who really want to max
a
them
lot
out
more resources given out.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pay a little bit to do the gacha and stuff. However, just getting one copy is really good, because that gives you access to the skill you're looking for. Now, of course, when you get it to maximum, it is gonna be much stronger than just 1 star. But yeah, they are actually very generous with the hero invites. That's what they're called, the currency, the banner currency. It's called hero invites. There's multiple places to get this with weekly lockouts using in-game currency and stuff, but they're actually very generous with this currency. With that being said, let's take a quick look at how the gearing system will work. You're going to have your normal gear sets here, your chest piece and your stuff, and your accessories, and then a weapon in the middle. It is your standard MMO gearing system where you'll have to improve your gear at certain intervals, but this is actually very, very easily done. The RNG is very, very minimal, and it actually starts at level 4, and it's very minimal. It's like almost an 80% chance to get it. So yeah, I guess right now it's very simple to get the maximum amount of enhancements.
It's early on,
and the
until then
what's in here is
they turn up the heat and make it a lot worse later.
And you're going to lose any of this enhancement, and it kind of stops that thing
you know, they have to get people in first.
Things like that. So you're enhancing your slot
before they can milk them.
Use the enhancement on that particular
you gotta
slot. You have your second thing here,
in.
and that is the gems. The gems as well, they do unlock by the server age. Like your server is locked by how long it has been active. But slowly by slowly, you're gonna be getting access to more of these slots. The big one is this, and this is the divine weapon. So this one is probably the best in slot weapon you can get. It is still locked in the server. The server needs to be a little bit older to get the access to this weapon, and you're gonna get this weapon through the raid. And I do believe this is where some pay to win comes in, because some paying players can brute force their way into getting the items to craft this weapon, because it is super expensive. It's super expensive to do so with real money though, but there is a way on speeding up the access to this weapon. However, free-to-play players get access to it by doing their raids. Even though free-to-play players can get this one, it is a very low chance of getting it through the raid, but it is possible. It is possible. It's just that the pay-to-win players will get this one really, really quickly if they decide to pay. However, it is gonna be super expensive. But also keep in mind, this is a seasonal weapon, right? So maybe next year, October, it is not gonna be the same. There's gonna be a new one, and you need to be able to upgrade this one any further, so you're going to need to get the new one. So you have to decide whether it is worth it for you to pay the money to get this legendary weapon now, or just earn it like everyone else. So that will be up to you.
How long is this?
As a decision for yourself. The next thing to increase your power is the power system. So this is more like a gem kind of system where you're going to be mix and matching some of these to unlock the bonuses on your elements. I will have a video about this one in depth, but yeah, it is a really cool system. A little bit annoying and it's a little bit grindy, but yeah, it is actually well made, and I kind of like how they did it with this one. It is a little grindy to get the best in slot stuff, but it's not that hard to activate whatever set effects you are looking for. Now the world is vast and it is super gorgeous. The exploration is super rewarded in this game, and traveling isn't really such a chore, to be honest. You do have your mounts, you do have your auto path if you want to. Some classes like the healer can use their kite to fly across the map, but everyone can do the flying on their own in terms of the kung fu stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of exploration you can do in the world map. This is just one of the zones. There is multiple zones that you can travel to. Really some of these zones are extremely huge. The top ones over here are a little bit of trouble because this is a PvP zone, so you have to be careful about going there. But yeah, you are super rewarded for doing exploration. There's a lot of rewards here. You do have costumes, you can get like super good gear, you can get your hero invites for your banners, you can get skills, you can even get ultimate skills just by driving around. You do not have to gacha for those.
The thing that is like, it looks super empty.
But just doing some exploration and doing some travel things that sends your character kind of roaming the world and finding out secrets, and those secrets will reward you with some of these things. And then you do have access to your normal dungeons and raids. So you have multiple dungeons here which are on a daily lockout. So it's like your normal daily dungeon. These daily dungeons will be rewarding with currency and gear. And then you have a second dungeon which acts like a roguelike game mode, that is the Dreamblade Abyss, also rewarding you with really cool gear and stuff, and also a super great crazy outfit over here. This outfit looks extremely good. And then you do have your raids.
Yeah,
so your
exactly.
Raids are like the end game, super hard raids, but
where wins me.
Gear in the game.
There was a beta for that thing a while ago. I forgot about it. I got access, but then I forgot.
Mode, which should give you even better gear.
I didn't like end up playing it.
That you're gonna be getting launch. So your dungeons are going to be your normal 6-man ones, and then your raids are going to be 12-man raids, so keep that in mind. So if you are a person who likes raiding, the raids in this game are actually really well made, and they look really cool with really nice mechanics to do. Now guilds are a huge deal in this game. They are capped at 80 members, and this is one of the best competitive modes you can have. So there is 60 versus 60 guild versus guild modes. So yeah, you do have your regulation mode here. You can fight with other guilds over the
Where the hell are they going to get 60 versus 60? You need 120 players
multiple
for
guild
that.
events here. You can help the guild's chef cook and stuff, find him supplies. You have your Rambler here. You have your undercover, which works like the game Mafia, where you have to find who is the undercover in the middle of like some civilians and stuff. Really cool mini game to play with your friends and stuff. You have your guilding here, which is a PvP. Heroic rescue is such a crazy thing. This is where one of your members is gonna be kidnapped by a boss, and then you have to go fight the boss and actually save them. Really funny thing. Really cool thing to do as a guild. So there's a lot of social aspects to this game. I really like that about this game. Now, in addition to the guild system, there's a small system called the kinship.
Sort
which
of
is a little bit
just
more
released
smaller.
things
It's
1
up
week
to
earlier
12
than
players,
where
but they all have to
I
be
see.
in the same faction. For example, you are Begasec, right? So
When
if
are
you're
those
all
coming?
Begas with your friends, you can make this kinship and kind of make a small gang for yourself. It can be as little as 3 players. So if you're just 3 friends and you're all joined the same faction, you can do a kinship. And yeah, you can travel the martial world together doing all sorts of crime if you want to. Okay, now let's talk about the daily chore, right? So you do have your daily
chore,
which
damn.
massive amount of experience, but these dailies are super easy to do. You can just take a photo, you can just do some traveling. This will take you around 2 minutes or 1 minute to do all your dailies, and you can log off if you want to. The game does not force you to do content you don't want to do. For example, if you're a PvP person, you don't want to do any PvE and stuff, you can choose to do your PvP. So they will all be counted towards the daily, and the reward at the end is the same for everyone. So you just choose what you want to do. If you want to do PvE dungeon, do that. If you want to go do your life skills, the rewards will be the same for everyone. You just choose what you personally want to do that day. Now, a second thing here when it comes to the social aspect in the game is there is a marriage system in the game. You can find someone, if you have a friend, if you have a girlfriend, if you have a wife, you can get married in the game and actually do a whole big ceremony. For people who are single, you can just, you can stay alone and stick with your friends in a kidship, and you can try and murder people's husbands and people's wives, and then they're probably gonna come for you. But yeah, there is a marriage system in the game for those who have their better halves playing with them, and you can have some fun with that. And to all the life skillers out there, don't worry, you have a lot of life skills to do. You can be a gatherer, you can be a miner, you can do fishing, you can do forging, you can do crafting, you can do cooking, you can do herbalist, you can be a musician, you can be a dancer, you can be an FBI agent if you want. You can be an explorer and things like that. There's a lot of identity to do. For example, for me, I do like the secret, the case solving one, because this is where you become.
Nah, you gotta unlock the dual. No, you gotta say it with this guy's accent. So it's not the dual cultivation sect, it's the dual cultivation sex. Right? Not the sect, it's the sex. Dual cultivation.
An agent where you can actually punish other players who have done some despicable things in the world. I did try once and then I got wrecked.
Easy, so innovative.
Make sure you're actually strong enough to do this. But yeah, there's actually a lot, very in-depth when it comes to the life skills. You can do a lot of things with this. So keep that in mind. It's actually a really good system. And we are not done. There is a housing system in the game, and that is the mana system. You can have access to your whole entire estate, and you can build it the way you want to. For those who don't know how to build stuff, for example, for me, I'm not an architect and I just put things the way I want to. You can use blueprints that will set up your entire estate the way you want it to, and it's gonna cost you a couple of in-game currency, because the jade with the icon is something you can earn in-game, and it's actually pretty generous. You get a lot of these. So yeah, you can just quickly come here, choose a blueprint of how you like. You can visit it to see how it works, and yeah, you're gonna have your whole estate. It's actually a really huge area you can build in. Inside the mana as well, you can do some farming, plant your crops, your mushrooms, your cabbages, your stuff. You can also put some livestock in, so your sheep and your cows, and you can manage them for those who want to do some farm bill in the game. And no, this is not the window you're going to be doing this on. You can actually visit the mana yourself and see how the mana looks like. So yeah, you do have your farms here, and you can come here and you can do so much farm bill stuff. You do have your pumpkins here with really good detail. You do have access to your seeds. You can choose whatever seeds you want to plant here, and they do go by seasonal, so sometimes some seeds are better than others. You have your cucumber here. You can purchase the cucumbers, and then you can plant your cucumbers how you want them to do, and they are going to take a while to grow. If you can use fertilizers and stuff, eventually you can increase, because you have like multiple plots you can unlock here, and even goes much bigger up to here. And then you can use this is to water your plants if you want to, and then eventually you can unlock other areas there with the livestock and stuff. So it is very in-depth stuff for those people who like to do all of these farming things in their own estates. You have this for you. Now, the last thing I'm going to be talking about is the AI system in the game. So there is an AI system in the game where you can do so many crazy things. I'm just going to do a small showcase right now for really quickly. So for example, there is a film crew system where you can upload something, for example, a dance. I believe I can't show so much of this because of copyright issues, but for example, let me show you quickly this. So this is like a dance style in my country, really crazy styles.
Okay.
So I can copy some of this, I can upload it in the game, and then I can make this on the character itself. So for example, that I can make that into an action after I upload that video, and then I can quickly generate that. Once it's done generating this, it actually copies whatever was in that video, and you can copy that. So you can see the amount of potential, how many people are going to be making some crazy stuff with this. You can also do this with your friends.
Okay, yeah, this is cool.
If you want to. So yeah, there is that. I just wanted to quickly showcase that. There's a lot of AI.
That said, I get the feeling people are gonna do it and gonna do some weird shit with this. I can just imagine all the weird shit people will do with that. They'll use it for the dual cultivation gameplay. They're gonna use it for the dual cultivation gameplay. For sure. They're gonna use it for the dual cultivation gameplay.
In this game that is being leveraged is actually super insane. Another cool thing about the AI system in the game is on the tiles. So this is where you can make friends with NPCs and stuff. And the last one here that is super cool is the coordinate system. So these AIs here will be helping you out in dungeons and raids if you don't want to play with other players. And you can actually go and recruit them out in the open world. So some of these are really good. For example, I really like Virgil. He's like a tank and he does really well. I've been playing around with him so many times. So you can like just go looking for most of these. You're gonna be finding them just by exploration. That is a lot of
but yeah, they're set for dual cultivation gameplay.
For those people who like exploring, this is the
yeah, for sure, it is good
You're gonna
for
be
that.
sent all over the game world to find these NPCs, make friends with them. Some will hate you, some will like you. It is AI after all. So yeah, if there's someone out there who was looking for a game and didn't know any game to play, so sort of Justice Online, if you do like this wuxia themed MMOs, this is probably the best one in the market so far until maybe Where Winds Meet releases. So that is it is a something to play on the side if you really enjoy the martial arts kind of game. This is the best one for you. It also kind of has everything for everyone, for the PvPers, the min-maxer. There's a lot of min-maxing actually in this game. If you are a fashion person, there is a lot of fashion to go through. If you like doing mana, housing, decorations and stuff, you have access to a lot of that. If you like solo playing, there's a lot of that. You can even be a solo criminal if you want to. It is an epic RPG all wrapped into one stunning package. With that being said, the monetization, yeah, there's a little bit of concern there, but the seasonal resets kind of softens the blow a little bit for that, and also because free-to-play players can still get the costumes through the market as well. So with a global release on the horizon, basically like a month or so, I believe it has the potential to be such a nice hidden gem. And if they continue in the same trajectory, if they do not add weird things in the cash shop, I do believe this game will do really good. It is ambitious, it is beautiful, and it kind of deserves your attention, to be honest. So that's it for this video. So what part of Sword Justice excites you the most? Let me know in the comment section.
Alright, there's that one. But like mobile MMO stuff, yeah. I don't know. Alright, what is this one? Horrors of Overnight TV. God damn, we're like super far behind on these. Look at all this. There's like so much to scroll through.
Suddenly, you're awake.
Maybe not today, that one. That one's a really long one. I won't do that one yet. How long is this one? It's like there's so much stuff here. Maybe we'll do this browser. And there's like more interesting stuff after this.
Hello guys and gals.
That are shorter.
What's the most important thing on your computer, ladies and gentlemen? Not the homework folder, not even the operating system that you use, okay? Windows, Mac, or Linux. No, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually
we'll speed him up.
Your actual web browser.
Now, oh yes, this web browser, okay.
Okay? I would wager once you have something that you really like, you probably stick with it.
Now, exactly.
Google Chrome is by far the most used browser. What if I told you it's being threatened, ladies and gentlemen? To be fair with you, if you just look at the graph, logically it just keeps evolving, but this measure is not entirely foolproof science. A lot of web browsers that compete with Google literally just use Google Chrome's base.
Exactly.
Google Chrome is open source. You can take the Chromium project and you can stuff it with whatever you want and make your own browser. So today I wanted to cover a web browser that apparently is being totally challenged right now, okay? There's a new browser, there's a new bucko in the market that is absolutely about to step all over Google's shoes. Ooh, this is a new AI-free browser by a company known as Perplexity that's here to rival Google Chrome. Okay. You might be like, okay, well, why have I not heard about this? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you ever look into the world of hardcore internet geeks, this used to be an entire browser that some people were willing to pay, at times, $200 a month for.
Damn.
If you bought the Perplexity Max plan. Now you're like, whoa, who the fuck is paying $200 for a browser? But that
that's crazy.
With a whole suite of other AI shit. I would assume it's not just the browser. If it is, my god, is it easy to milk AI nerds. But obviously, this is a pretty huge deal, right? So I was kind of watching this, and apparently it's a huge browser that's supposed to change the way you and I interact with the internet. It's a AI browser that I guess does the fucking browsing for you. So you go to Comet Browser, and it's like the browser that works for you. So if you go to the download page, you can download it for Windows or Mac. Unfortunately, it does not work on my Linux system, which is fine, because there are ways to get Windows applications running underneath Linux. And it does not involve wine, okay, all the time, even though I would love some wine, but it's a little too early in the day for it. No,
it's too early for wine, okay.
Which is an amazing way for you to run almost any Windows application underneath Linux and have it look as if it was natively running. Now, if you want a video tutorial on how to get something like this set up so you can run your things like Photoshop, I shit you not, underneath Linux, I would be more than happy to help you. Let me know in the comment section below.
Okay.
But I am going to put this effort and actually run this tool myself. So here I got a little virtual machine running, and of course, because it's a VM running in a small little Docker container, I can go to the applications list, and here you can see I've already installed Comet Browser, but I haven't set it up yet. So since it's free, I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna pop my virginity and blow a new way of looking at the internet together. Is it worth it? Or is it something that honestly we probably didn't even need? Whoa, it's floating off the screen. Come back here, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna hit start on Comet, and it's gonna ask me, unlock your personal assistant. Pick up where you left off. Now, if you have a different browser, for instance, Edge or Brave, you can just grab from here, okay? But I'm gonna do it fresh. I'm gonna make it a virgin system. Make it yours, so I guess we're gonna call it Muda, all right? Just to make it simple, and I guess we can pick which planet we're on. Well, first off, I do like dark mode, and I'll be honest, I love Neptune as a planet the most. So we're gonna go with Neptune.
Okay.
Make Comet your default. Try it fully, risk-free. I guess sure, it's a VM. You do whatever you need to. And of course, improve the product. Sure, I mean, why not send some more information back home? So here it is. Comet has fired up and started. And of course, it's now saying Windows. Yes, just make it a default. Just do it. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the world's first real AI browser for anybody to grab. Now, first things first, you can sign in with your Perplexity account, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna skip that shit and get right into the meat and potatoes, okay?
All right, what's going on?
I log into browsers, I just don't do it. So I guess this is the browser itself. Now, immediately, if you're looking at it, ladies and gentlemen, this is very much a Chromium browser. So
yeah, that is definitely Chromium.
We're never going to escape the Chromium web engine, okay? Everyone's just going to really stick with it. Now, of course, I'm somebody that's really interested in privacy, and I would never endorse a product like this that clearly has a lot to do with a company that loves grabbing your information on a day-to-day basis.
Exactly.
But of course, you can see that their private data, they have auto-suggestions, improvement of Comet, the assistant, blah, blah, blah. Block trackers and ads from which you follow the web. So basic security applied in there, but again, we'll do a little test for it down the road. So I guess the way that we get things working is obviously in their little, like, browse tab, you can basically tell the Comet assistant to do, you know, a bunch of things. So you can tell it to scan my inbox for deadlines, which there ain't no fucking way I'm signing in my email with this, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Open LinkedIn, Gmail, and Calendar in tabs and group them as a morning routine. What kind of sick fuck opens up Twitter, Gmail, and these three tools as their morning? That's the worst morning routine to have. So I guess one of the ways that you can ask it is like, can you make dinner reservations for me? Find me top restaurants in Toronto, and we'll go from there. Damn, it's really throwing me at the Michelin star places. Jesus Christ.
Damn.
You know what? I'm actually down for some Spanish-style food. Let's go for Bar Isabel. It's okay. I'm asking it to reserve a place for me. It's like, wait a minute, sign in. No, I do not want to sign in yet. You said this was going to be free. I am not getting trapped into, like, paying for something here. So I guess it's now using a reasoning model and actually browsing for me. So if we open it up, you can actually see that it's doing a bit of browsing for me. So it's actually putting in the time, it's trying to find stuff, and then of course, things are kind of going wrong in its attempt to complete reservations. So one of the first tasks, which was reserve a table for me, the AI got as far as to entering details, but it just kept erroring out. So one of the things that it was built to do and actually just constantly erroring on was not a good sign. So I figured the next stage to go is maybe making it browse YouTube for me and finding specific clips, which is something that's in its actual example sheet. Let's go there. All right, anyways, whatever. I just signed up with Perplexity just so I can actually use it, built an account, and of course, I guess we'll try the assistant. So the assistant actually tells you a bunch of things that you can do that I guess is supposed to change the way you browse the internet. So if you ask the browser, right, go to Spotify and create a playlist with popular electronic music, check the status of my most recent online orders, or open YouTube, find the official NASA moon landing video, and jump to the moment Armstrong says, "One small step for man." That's a pretty, like, interesting ask. Okay, so I guess we'll try that. Let's try the test.
Let's see
so
that.
For instance, the actual browser is going to go through this effort. It's going to find the full exact page, and then it's going to open that specific page, and it's going to take me to that place, which I assume it does by checking the transcript of the video and just guiding you in there. Now, this is where the AI ended up just reasonably thinking and looking at this video and assessing it for just God knows how long. And it took so long at this point that instead of, you know, me trying to find the quote, it was easier for me to go to YouTube search engine, put the quote in, and I could just immediately see the video in question, all without needing the AI to try and find the stuff for me. It's just insane, all right? Like, the use cases, even the ones that are provided, in my opinion, aren't exactly, you know,
it's not good enough.
I'm seeing it right here. It just doesn't seem to be working, and this is what they're comfortable showing to people right now. It's just insane. You know, I was supposed to have, like, this crazy what the fuck moment, but it really feels like for a fucking big top-tier AI browser, it fucked up pretty royally, so I can't make a dinner reservation, can't even go to a YouTube video to open up a fucking, like, exact quote at all, unless it spends, like, a crazy amount of resources and still makes that mistake. So I guess we can just ask it, go to Newgrounds, I guess, go to a website known as Newgrounds, and find me a game called Pico's School. I wonder if it can actually do that.
Okay.
So, all right, whoa, it opened up, boys. It's reasoning model, and it's actually browsing for me. That's crazy. So it's going to the webpage. It's identified Newgrounds, okay. And it actually, I think it does your like actual captchas for you, which is kind of insane. If it can do captchas for me, okay, I will.
Well, that's crazy if you can do captchas.
Support this browser to no end. If it does that. Okay, so here it is. It did succeed in one task, which was finding the game called Tycho School for me, in which you can play right now, or like find me a Flash game called Bush Shootout or something similar. So I don't remember this game, but I remember playing it like on my channel like probably 7 fucking years ago or some shit.
Okay.
So I'm gonna see if it can identify this and figure it out. And
Let's see if it works.
The game. So it didn't do the agentic search for me, but it did provide me what I needed, which I could have done with any other browser. Can you go to bestbuy.com and find a PlayStation 5 and put it in the shopping cart for me? So we're gonna ask it to do something simple like that, which I guess it's okay. So it's actually opened up the agentic look. So it fires it up. And the actual browser will like, okay, so it went to the United States, not exactly what I needed it to do. But again, oh wait, Best Buy wants to know my location, do not allow. So okay, so it's made it all the way to the PlayStation 5 section in the store. And then of course, the thing about it is like everything that it's doing, it's kind of like if you were so lazy you didn't want to browse the web and you just wanted to walk away and like take a shit or something, you could, I guess, this might be the only saving grace for it, but I guess it did actually.
Yeah, if you want to be lazy, I guess.
As far as everything is going, I would say, what are we looking at, like a 30-40% success rate? It did 2 tasks well. It fucked up like 2 other tasks, and tried to do the YouTube thing, but it just didn't complete that whatsoever. So basically at this point, it did actually complete the task, and I would say what, like a minute, and then of course if you go to the cart, you can see that yes, it did actually put the slim console in. And I guess if I said, can you put the disc version of the console in instead, which I guess I should have specified it, but it's gonna try and figure this out, right? It's gonna try and identify it. So I guess anytime you see this blue aura, it's like actually reading the browser, and then it removes the cart.
Oh, you removed it. That's good.
The actual disc version. Now, I guess while one page is doing this sort of thing, I guess you can always open up any other like thing over here. So for instance, I guess the other big thing that these companies want to do is like they want AI to basically figure stuff out for you. So for instance, I have this like infographic show video, and I guess one of the big things they want is like, hey, can you summarize the video for me? And what it'll basically do is I can just open up the transcript over here and do all of this for you. Not to say that you couldn't just do this underneath YouTube as well, because I'm pretty sure they're putting in AI summaries on fucking videos now, which are just, again, more shit. But let's go back and check the PlayStation console again and see how far we've gotten here. So the disc version of the PlayStation console is in your Best Buy cart for $549. Now, of course, this is bullshit, ladies and gentlemen, because that does not contain the disc version. In fact, it just did the original task without modifying the prompt whatsoever. So you might be like, okay, but Muda, it's an AI. We expect it to fail. Look, bro, nobody's telling you that you need to have agentic AIs to do every single possible thing imaginable. So ultimately, this isn't the only business in the game. There's other products like Felu, for instance, which is the world's first agentic browser. Again, I think everyone is trying to do a fucking agentic browser at this point, and none of it is super duper impressive to me. I feel like for a lot of these services, what's really wild is like I've read so much dick-sucking stuff from like a lot of these big tech companies where, literally right here, I'll read this quote from you. So Perplexity's Comet is here, and after using it for 48 hours, I'm convinced AI browsers are the future of the internet. So literally, right over here, they bring up the same shit. It unlocks the internet. If you're like
the future, but like it can't do basic tasks.
Booking vet appointments, wait, how often are you booking a vet appointment? Hold on a minute. Sorting dinner, ordering prescription medication, and even finding deals to buy new games like the upcoming Donkey Kong Bonanza. Well, I just asked it to try purchasing a specific version of a PlayStation 5, and it fucked up. So if it's fucking up my PlayStation 5 purchase, there ain't no goddamn way I'm getting the fucking AI to buy my prescription medicine, okay? That ain't fucking happening. All right, goddamn. So basically, I asked Comet to browse Michelin Guide restaurants for my upcoming trip to Copenhagen. Based on the specific criteria, check hotel.
Well, it probably is written by AI.
Bro, you doing all that?
It probably was.
Same day? Really? Really? While Comet has been handling those tasks, I've been able to devote my entire concentration to work. And much like vibe coding and all that bullshit, it's like, yeah, you can get the AI to do stuff for you, but then immediately, you have to start correcting all of its mistakes. So the question has to be asked.
You spend more time correcting
it to begin with, okay? Do your chores to begin with, so you're not burning needless energy, probably spending money in a subscription service if you really enjoy this grift so much, and then, at the end of the day, still fixing up the mistakes that it offers. All right, you probably unironically spend more time than you're actually quote unquote saving. Now, for a lot of these organizations like Perplexity, the reason why they made an AI browser is because the internet's broken, the internet has stifled our curiosity, and knowledge work taught us to have answers, not questions. The clicks and traffic model of the web has done nothing but convert it into digital yellow pages where every path leads to a checkout button. Look, people want a better internet, and I don't think a better internet is created, or a better internet is found through like using the same technology that's actually in-shitifying the internet as we speak. So yeah, obviously, look, this is a big new thing. Agentic use of AI is obviously a big step up from like, just using ChatGPT. Imagine if you could use ChatGPT and also just have ChatGPT like do the whole like browsing the internet side. I mean, how fucking lazy are you getting to the point, okay? Can't even browse the internet. Like,
exactly.
Like, stop. Now, people have talked about the privacy aspect of this, and people have looked into their privacy notices and said that obviously, they're grabbing a lot of information. So things like your interaction data, including browser history information, such as the URLs of pages that you visit, text images, and other resources from those pages, permissions you have granted to websites, the number of open tabs in Windows, your search queries, records of what you download from websites, cookies from websites basically every single fucking thing.
Everything.
Okay? But you do have the
They
option
want
to
everything.
comment from using this information, as well as your browsing history. And if you browse in incognito mode, they don't check for any of this shit. Now, the thing is, ultimately, that requires you to trust these companies first and foremost.
Exactly.
I do not trust these companies, okay?
You have to trust
really,
them
like,
first.
Worried about your privacy. Look, I think it's insane that you would download a web browser that just openly says, look, from the get-go, unless you switch this off, we basically just look and process everything. And why wouldn't they? They're a fucking AI company, okay? Their job is to analyze and watch how you use the internet so they can replicate it in their agentic purpose for other people.
What really just also chaps my ass about this too is how open the CEO is saying that they're just going to track everything that you do just to sell hyper-personalized ads. And here's the quote right here, right? That's kind of one of the reasons we wanted to build a browser, is we want to get data even outside the app, so their actual page or the Perplexity app, to better understand you. Because some of the prompts that people do in these AIs is purely work-related, it's not like that's personal. However, on the other hand, what are things you're buying? Which hotels are you going to? Which restaurants are you going to? What are you spending time with? And the thing is, yeah, it's true that they're probably using this to hyper-specify ads to you. And again, that's still creepy to me. And the thing is, I just don't know how people feel comfortable sharing this level of personable information with the browser that they use. Generally speaking, if I'm using a browser, I consider it to be a program that I use to access an HTML document on the web. I don't want to sit next to a big tech company in Silicon Valley that just looks through what I do and like scans everything that it seems to do. Even though you could technically turn these concepts and features off, do you trust these AI companies to do that? I don't. And that's the thing. It's just fucking creepy, dude.
And of course, if you might be wondering, okay, why not just stick to Google Chrome or something? Look, I'll be real with you. I think almost every single web browser now is switching to some level of AI. Look, a couple weeks ago, I saw that Microsoft was like, wait,
they're all doing AI to some extent.
Instead of using it like with your mouse and keyboard. This is like arcade.
Because of UGC, they still on maintenance for another like 2 hours? That's crazy. Same time though, like I don't think the UGC stuff for Genshin is gonna go the way they think it will go. Because like realistically speaking, like if you wanted to like play Genshin for that, like let's say you wanted to play the game for the UGC stuff built around that top stuff, you're not gonna download Genshin Impact just so you can go and do that and deal with all the shit that gets in the way from you doing that one aspect. But yeah. But yeah.
Shit. And I thought this was pretty much peak good enough, just using a keyboard and mouse. Never in a million years did I ever want to sit down and like write in prompts to my operating system for it to do things for me
all the
that
AI
I pretty much
stuff,
have to fix down the road, because an AI just cannot be trusted to do any, I would say, complicated task, okay? But again, when they talk about like Chrome, for instance, they wanted to build a browser that was faster, more secure, stable, and open. And of course, how do you like fuck up Chrome even more? Well, you just start infesting it with all the AI shit you can imagine. So basically stuff Gemini, stuff everything into the system so that you can make your browser more bloated, which really the only job of a browser should just be to browse websites, watch videos. And generally the lighter these things can be, it is what I want. And look,
the lighter the better, yes.
It's not immune from this shit either. I love Brave, but Brave was probably one of the first browsers to start infesting itself with
AI.
artificial intelligence. It's not common for me to
turned it off,
look at the
but
side
like,
and see, holy shit,
it's
I
there.
I can use a bunch of AIs to help me browse the internet.
All the AI that I'm not
Can you
gonna
go to
use.
Newgrounds and find me a game called Pico School. I can't browse the internet or search stuff. However, you can search for Pico School directly on Newgrounds by visiting their site. Oh, thank you for providing me that brilliant stuff. Now, if it was agentic,
That's so
I'm sure
useless.
it might be able to somehow connect into my system and do things for me. But is that really what the future requires? Do you really need to have all these AIs in your life?
No.
Browsing through. Come on now. So I will say, according to the EFF, it does appear that like the actual browser Perplexity does have strong protection against things like web tracking. That's not to say that Brave browser doesn't also have this too. But with Brave, you also do have a randomized fingerprint, which I think is pretty important. Browsers like Perplexity's Comet are actually unique, so they're still identifiable. So just know that when you're actually walking into this, that you're not totally unique as opposed to other browsers. And look, at the end of the day, all right, Brave, alongside LibreWolf, alongside Molvad, kind of remains one of the best options. That is to say, a lot of those agentic AI-based browsers aren't anywhere near here. But again, for these AI browsers to function, they have more of a need to look through your personal information than the other standard stuff out there. Look, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, I think the experience for me has not been a mind-blowing moment. If anything, I wanted to show you a realistic look. There are some cool things, like, yeah, you can go to a Flash game website and find a specific game for me, which, the amount of time it took to do even that, I could have easily done myself. I think for it to try to find a specific quote in a YouTube video would have been cool if it succeeded, but it ended up taking several minutes, and I, frankly, likely could have found that information long before the AI would have completed. Now, this is all done under the free tier, so I'm pretty sure that maybe it might be better if I paid money every month. But dog, with the amount of monthly subscriptions that exist, there is no fucking way in hell you are going to catch me paying monthly to consider having a better browser experience. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, AI browsers, in my opinion, they ain't fucking worth the hype, okay? Just stick with something like...
Alright, let's see. There are tons of Pokemon with illegal stuff in there. And their movesets and everything.
Today we're looking at 10 gym leaders
just
who are
blatant gym leaders, okay.
Now we're starting off with Viola, the bug-type gym leader in Kalos. She's actually the first gym leader you encounter in that region, but her cheating doesn't start until later on in the game. When you challenge her for a rematch, the Battle Chateau, she brings out a level 40 Masquerain armed with Air Slash, a move that typically isn't learned till level 48 in Pokemon X and Y. Even worse, its prior evolution Surskit has no way of learning the move through breeding, meaning there's actually no way to get an Air Slash Masquerain at this level, at least in Pokemon X and Y. Now, if you do want to be generous, she does get off on a technicality because in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, Masquerain does learn Air Slash at level 38. I think someone saw the mistake and tweaked the rules a little bit. Next up we have Janine, also known as Koga's daughter. Now you might not have known this, but after Koga becomes an Elite Four member, his daughter Janine steps in for him as a gym leader. But filling her father's shoes proves to be a little difficult, because in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, she has the lowest levels of any Kanto gym leader. And her inexperience as a gym leader might have led to her bending the rules a little, because in Pokemon Black and White 2, at the Type Expert and World Leader tournament, she sent out a Crobat with the moves Hypnosis and Brave Bird. Now, under normal circumstances, it should only be able to learn one of those moves by inheriting them through breeding, but no single Pokemon can pass down both. And because of that, her Crobat has an illegal moveset. I'm not sure about you, but I don't think this cheating would make Koga proud. After this, we have Elite Four member Sydney. Now, gym leaders cheating is one thing, but when an Elite Four member does it, it's even more problematic. Now, Sydney is the Dark-type Elite Four member in the Hoenn region, and he certainly fits the vibe. I mean, he's rocking the fit, but he's also rocking an illegal moveset. His Shiftry at level 48 already knows Extrasensory, a move that it shouldn't be able to learn until a bit later down the line. Now, this was patched in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, as Shiftry can now learn Extrasensory at level 36. Next up, we have Claire. Now, Claire doesn't have any illegal Pokemon, but she bends the rules in a different way. After defeating her in Pokemon Gold and Silver, she doesn't actually give you the Rising Badge. She just straight up refuses. She claims that you aren't worthy. Instead, she sends you on an errand to the Dragon's Den to pass some so-called test before she'll even consider recognizing your victory. Mind you, you just took down her entire team, you demolished her, but she still doesn't want to give you the badge for some reason. And to make matters worse, if you return the gym without completing her trial, she acts like your win never even happened. She acts like you don't exist. This surely has to be a violation of some rules somewhere in the region. I mean, if there's a commission on gym leaders, I feel like there's some issues we need to bring up. After this is Winona from Gen 3. In Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, Winona's Altaria knows Dragon Dance at level 33, even though it technically shouldn't learn it to level 40. This was later fixed in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, where Altaria can learn the move at level 30, but in order to fix this issue, they had to reduce it by 10 levels. Now, despite this, Winona still isn't off the hook because in her Black and White 2 tournament appearances, she uses a Trophius with both Leaf Blade and Curse. No breeding combination allows Trophius to inherit both moves at once, making this a clear case of cheating. Hopefully you use a Rock or Ice type in that battle to teach Winona a clear lesson. Next up we have Price, and Price might be one of the biggest cheaters we've seen so far.
Alright, what do you do with this?
Not one, but 2 illegal Pokemon on his team. In Pokemon Stadium 2, Price's Tentacruel knows both Miracle and Reflect. Again, an impossible combination. Tentacruel can only get Miracle as an egg move in Generation 2, while Reflect was actually a TM exclusive move in Generation 1. There's no way to have both of them on the same Tentacruel. Meanwhile, in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, if you swap over, his Piloswine now knows Fury Attack at level 31. The problem? Piloswine doesn't learn that move until level 33. Now, it's a small difference, but he cheated across 2 separate occasions.
What's CZN?
After this, we have Opal from Pokemon Sword and Shield. Now, Opal's gym challenge in Pokemon Sword and Shield isn't just about battle, it's also a pop quiz. And although she doesn't have any illegal Pokemon, she without a doubt bends the rules.
Oh yeah, but giving the stat
fight,
boost.
she asks you trivia questions, and
if you get them wrong, she gets the stat boost.
Pokemon stats. If you get one right, you'll receive a stat boost. If you get one wrong, your stats are nerfed.
Okay.
Now you might be thinking, what's the
I
problem?
got into the beta for that, but I never
questions.
bothered to touch
The
it.
issue is that her questions are pure nonsense. One asks for her favorite color, and even if you guess purple, the color that she's dressed head to toe in, she actually answers it's pink, and you get your stats nerfed. I mean, it's completely messed up. She'll also ask you how old you think she is. And despite her being one of the oldest gym leaders in the game, she won't give you the stat boost unless you answer that she's 16. I mean, she's literally 88, but okay. Anyway, unlike some gym leaders who have some illegal movesets or some Pokemon that are of questionable levels, Opal just messes with the dynamics of the battle from the start, putting you at a disadvantage for basically the whole battle unless you can literally read her mind. After this, we go all the way back to Johto to Faulkner. Now, Faulkner is the first gym leader you meet in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal. And he doesn't just cheat.
They have their own launcher within a launcher. Oh, that's dumb.
His best Pokemon, Pidgeotto, is level 9. But the problem
That's
is Pidgey
crazy.
doesn't evolve until level 18. Meaning this Pidgeot should not even exist. It's 9 levels away from even coming into existence. If you're gonna break the rules, at least do it with something worth the effort. Like Reinx has illegal Dragonites. I get that, okay? But a Pidgeotto? Come on. And this doesn't even make the fight a lot harder because Pidgeotto's pretty easy to defeat. It just makes Faulkner look desperate. Now, if you believe what I said about Faulkner, you'd actually be incorrect because upon doing further research, Faulkner's Pidgeotto is not actually hacked. While Pidgey does normally evolve at level 18, in Pokemon Yellow you can actually catch a level 9 Pidgeotto.
Okay.
Credit to the Redditor who discovered this and cleared Faulkner's name from cheating allegations. Next up we have Clara from Pokemon Sword and Shield. Now technically Clara didn't cheat as a gym leader, she cheated before she became a gym leader. But the way she did it was so interesting that I had to include it. Now Clara and Avery from Pokemon Sword and Shield kinda stand out as the ultimate cheaters in the competitive scene. Now Clara mainly uses poison types, and Avery mainly uses psychic types.
Yeah.
And what's unique about the double battle you have with them is that before the battle starts, they place toxic spikes all over the ground so that your Pokemon become poisoned immediately when the battle starts. Normally, this is a move you can use within the battle itself, but this is the first instance that I know of where the enemy uses a status move before you can even start the battle. It's 100% cheating and unfair because you have no way of preparing against it or switching out to a poison type or even knowing about this. After this, we have Elite Four member Bertha in Pokemon Platinum. Now Bertha has a Rhyperior that shouldn't exist, at least not the way she's using it. At level 55, her Rhyperior knows Rock Wrecker, a devastating 150 power move with a recharge turn. But the problem is Rhyperior doesn't learn Rock Wrecker until level 75. Unlike some move legality issues that can be justified with breeding tricks or later generation fixes, there's no loophole here. Bertha's Rhyperior is straight up illegal and impossible to get, and what makes it worse is the move's power is 150. This is a move that could wipe out any one of your team members and it shouldn't have it. The only way it could have learned this move at level 55 is through hacking or some behind the scenes manipulation. For an Elite Four member, I'd say this is pretty blatant cheating. And the last cheater on our list is none other than your own father, Norman in Pokemon Emerald. Now Norman's reputation as the normal type gym leader has come into question because his team is technically illegal. His Lanoon comes equipped with Slash at level 29 despite the fact that it shouldn't learn that move until level 41. That is a whopping 12 level gap, far beyond the small mistakes seen with other gym leaders. While Slash isn't the most devastating move, it's still a solid option. With 70 base power, perfect accuracy, and a high crit ratio. It still poses a risk to your team who's around the late 20s or early 30s in terms of levels. For a gym leader who's also your father in the game, you'd think Norman would set a better example. But instead, he's out here cheating to gain an edge. I knew that Wally had the better father. Anyway, that was the video. If you liked it, please hit the
let me
like
go
button
kill
and subscribe,
Paltai first.
and I'll see you next time.
And then we'll go to the next react. Yeah, Headbutt has the flinch chance instead, yes. Huge power slacking would be insane. To be fair, like, even Comatose would fit for, like, slacking. No, for his slacking ability, Comatose. Because slacking is, like, always sleeping or whatever. Wouldn't that fit, like, really well? Comatose slacking? Think about it. Right? And then you get, like, immunity to status, so you can't burn it. Right, like that could fit. If they wanted to make slacking broken. Damn, I almost had that one. Alright. Next ability. With this one, 9 NPCs with illegal Pokemon. What is this, like Battle Frontier shit? Lots of Battle Frontier stuff are illegal.
Today we are looking at 9 trainers with illegal Pokemon. These are Pokemon that have moves they're not supposed to have, or levels they're not supposed
Mega
to
slacking.
be, or in general
Mega
have
slacking.
something
Just
off
don't
about
increase
them.
its stats, and then just give it Comatose. You just don't touch its stats and give it Comatose. Easy. The easy Mega.
Can't be explained. Now the first trainer we're looking at is Flannery. Flannery is the gym leader of Labyrinth Town from Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and their remakes, and she specializes in Fire-type Pokemon. She has an intense personality and she can get heated sometimes. And when you face her for the first time, you get the feeling she's a relatively new gym leader.
And then give him
Among
extreme
her team,
speed,
she
oh
has
boy.
a Camerupt, which is a fire/ground type which can dish out
Oh
massive
shit,
damage
extreme
with
speed would be
Earthquake and
crazy,
Overheat.
Autumn.
But the issue with this Camerupt lies in its level. It's only at level 26. But Camerupt is only supposed to be able to be found at level 33 because that's when it evolves from Numel. This means that Flannery's Camerupt is technically illegal, as it shouldn't be able to exist. A Camerupt can't be found at that level. Normally it would still be a Numel, and because of its early evolution, it packs a way bigger punch than it should. I mean, the stat increase is drastic, and it certainly makes it unfair for players. The next trainer is Onyx Master Jim, who cheats in a slightly different way. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, Hiker Jim is an Onyx Master that you encounter in the underground path between Route 7 and 8 in Kanto. Basically, Master Trainers are designed to be the ultimate challenge for one specific type of Pokemon.
It's like what, level 6
and Jim,
elements or
as the
something?
Onyx Master, specializes in using his Onyx. However, there's something suspicious about his Onyx. It's no regular Onyx. It knows the move Wrap. Now, Wrap is a binding move that deals damage over several turns. And although you would expect Onyx to know it, the problem is Onyx technically can't learn this move in Let's Go Pikachu or Let's Go Eevee. It can't learn it by leveling up, it can't learn it through TMs, and it can't learn it through any in-game tutor. Essentially, this makes Jim's Onyx an illegal Pokemon because there's no way he could have gotten it to learn that move. Now the third trainer we're going to be looking at is Watson from the Mauville City Gym. In Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, Watson is the leader of the Electric-type gym of Mauville City. And he's known for being a crazy old man and also his Electric-type Pokemon. But one of his team members raises some eyebrows. He has a level 24 Manectric. And just like Flannery, the problem with this Manectric is it's not supposed to be at that level, because Manectric evolves from Electrike at level 26.
Oh, 26,
and because
never mind.
Watson's Manectric appears at level 24, it bypasses the natural evolution level of the Pokemon, making it illegal. It obviously gives him an unfair advantage because you can't legitimately acquire a Manectric at that level, but he can. So it does seem like there's a lot of cheaters in Generation 3. Now the next one isn't a trainer, but it's still curious nonetheless. In Pokemon Sun and Moon, the battle against the Totem Wishy-Washy at Brooklet Hill is one of the most memorable encounters. Now during this fight, Totem Wishy-Washy has
one of them
the
is
ability
Lance
to
with his
offer an
3
ally to
Dragonites,
assist
yeah?
it in the battle.
Lance
One of
got
the
3
possible allies
Dragonites.
here is Alola Mola, a pink water-type
Probably
Pokemon with a
given
lot
there.
of healing moves. But there is a strange little detail in this battle. Now in the battle, Alola Mola might use the move Water Gun, but the issue is, it can't legally learn Water Gun by any means, leveling up TM or breeding. This makes the Totem Wishy-Washy's ally Pokemon technically illegal. Now I am going to let this one slide because Water Gun is a fairly weak move, and the fact that this Pokemon has Water Gun doesn't really give it an advantage in the battle. In fact, you're probably going to one-shot KO it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. but the next instance is a little bit more severe. In Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, Commander Jupiter of Team Galactic is one of the early major opponents you face in the Eterna City Galactic building. During your battle with her, she uses a Skunk Tank at level 20, which is a huge problem because Skunk Tank evolves from Stunky at level 34. This not only makes Skunk Tank an illegal Pokemon, it makes it the worst illegal Pokemon we've seen yet because it's 14 levels under what it should be. Facing a fully evolved Skunk Tank at level 20 gives Jupiter a massive stat advantage, and it makes the battle really rough for you as you could potentially get one-shot or overpowered. And I mean, for the other gym leaders, their Pokemon was only 2 or 3 levels higher than what it should be, but this one is 14 levels. I truly think this is the most unfair so far. Now the next one isn't a simple level discrepancy, it's pretty interesting. In Pokemon Black and White, in Unova Route 12, there's a kid named School Kid Ann, and she has a very interesting situation. Her Wormadam in its Sandy Cloak form comes equipped with the move Leaf Storm. At first glance, this might seem like a typical encounter, as you might expect Wormadam to know Leaf Storm, but here's the catch. She has a Sandy Cloak Wormadam, and that can't legally learn Leaf Storm, and this Grass-type move is exclusive to Wormadam's Plant Cloak form. So why is this significant? Well, in the game's mechanics, Wormadam can change form based on the environment, but each form has access to different moves. So the Plant Cloak has Grass-type moves, the Sand Cloak has Earth-type moves, and so on. But apparently, School Kid Ann has broken this theory entirely by having a Sand Cloak with a Leaf Storm. Now, while I'm not going to consider this cheating because Wormadam is such a weak Pokemon, I am going to consider it a slight overlook or maybe a mistake by the developers. It breaks the rules a little, but it's pretty fun to see. And the next one is one you've all probably heard of. Of course, I'm talking about Lance, the iconic Dragon-type Elite Four member and champion from the original Pokemon Red and Blue games.
I don't have enough damage.
Now, he's already known for having a very powerful team, which includes multiple Dragonites.
Yeah, he got 3 of them.
Did you know some of his Dragonites are actually illegal?
Underleveled.
Now, one of his Dragonites is technically underleveled. It should still be a Dragonair at the level it's found at. But one of the other Dragonites knows an illegal move. That Dragonite knows the move Barrier, which
Keeper, that's true. All his Pokemon are flying type. Dragon Master, Dragon Trainer Lance, nah. Bird Keeper Lance, they're all flying type.
Raises its defense.
He's a bird keeper.
Now, in Pokemon Red and Blue, there's no possible way a Dragonite can learn the move Barrier. And this added defensive capability makes Lance's Dragonite even more formidable, even more powerful. And it also raises eyebrows among some players who know the mechanics of the game. This, added on to the already underleveled Dragonite, makes Lance way too unfair. The use of 2 illegal Pokemon and an illegal move kind of puts his championcy into question. I mean, if the champion is really bending rules like that, should we stand for it? Is it okay? Now, the next trainers I've decided to pair together because they share the same illegal Pokemon.
Hydreigon evolves to what, like level
Iris
68 or something?
Powerful Hydreigons in Pokemon Black and White. But there's an issue with both of them. They're both underleveled. First up is Getsis, the leader of Team Plasma in Pokemon Black and White. He uses a Hydreigon at level 52, which is a major problem because Hydreigon doesn't evolve from Zweilius until level 64.
Oh, it's 64, my bad.
A massive unfair advantage. To make matters worse,
yeah, a lot of Black and White Pokemon had like really weird
like Dragon Pulse and Fire Blast,
level up evolution requirements.
A devastating combination for any player. Then in Pokemon Black and White 2, the champion, who is now Iris, repeats the same illegal situation by using
level
a
Hydreigon at
level 56. Again, it's supposed to only evolve at level 64. Not to mention her Hydreigon is way more powerful than Getsis's. Anyway, in both these cases, Hydreigon has been underleveled to create a dramatic or difficult situation of a battle, but they also stand out as clear examples of trainers bending the rules. The next example is yet another one where you could be knocked out because of an illegal situation. In Pokemon Emerald, you will face off against cool trainer Diane in Victory Road, where she has a Lantern that knows the move Earthquake. This is illegal because, of course, Lantern cannot learn Earthquake through leveling up, TMs, or any other means. Lantern is an electric water type Pokemon, and it's basically just known for illuminating dark areas in its special attack. But Earthquake is just a powerful ground type move that it should not be able to learn. And the unexpected presence of this move on this particular Pokemon has resulted in lots of battles where people get surprised and they get their Pokemon knocked out because of this. This one's not so clear whether it was built in or a flaw in the game, but it still is pretty interesting nonetheless. Now this is the last one we're going to be covering. We're taking a look at Price, the Ice-type gym leader from the Johto region. He's known for being a cool, chilly character with quite a strong team. However, one of his Pokemon, Piloswine, again has some red flags. Prizes
yes,
Piloswine
the pile
is level
of
31,
swine.
while it's only supposed to evolve from Swinub starting at level 33. Obviously, just like countless examples throughout the video, it's a clear violation of this rule. And I have to point out something. In 90% of cases, the people who have underleveled Pokemon or illegal moves are gym leaders. It raises an interesting question. Does being a gym leader have something to do with owning illegal Pokemon? Or
I guess
does having illegal Pokemon make you more successful and more likely to become a gym leader? It's a thought-provoking idea, but it remains unanswered to this day. Let me know what you think of these examples and if they're ethical, and like, subscribe, and comment down below if you enjoyed the video. Peace out.
Okay. Or it's mirror VGC? I don't know about that. Because VGC auto sets your level to 50. So like, no. Oh, there's a lot more of these. Damn, there is a lot. We'll continue some of these later. I'll do the Snowbreak stuff first. We'll finish the post game and then we'll get back to it. But first, what is this? What the fuck is this? We got PLZA. Is this like the scuff spawning thing? Yeah, let me open it in Twitter. So it's a bit bigger. Okay, yeah, it's a female Meowstic. Oh, you mean the jetting Pokemon? Oh yeah, that's... I mean, how else would you get your Pokemon prepped up, man? Of course. Oh, now it's male because the time transition. Wait, how would this work though? Because if you go from the other way around, the thing gets cut off or whatever. But how do you do that in reverse? When there's nothing to cut off and you need to gain something. How would that work? Whatever. Wait, Mega Stormy Containment Breach? What is this? Okay, they got just Mega Stormy running. Damn. They got Mega Stormy running. Alright, let me get rid of the ToF Mini. Asset there. Alright, let's get Snowbreak booted up. If the Snowbreak will cooperate. Okay. And then we'll do the post-game stuff. Alright. Snowbreak time. Alright, let's get logged in.
Who are you looking for? If it isn't me, I won't let you off that easy.
What? Why are you spamming at me? Let's get our stuff here done. Yeah, Snowbro time. Oh yeah, this stuff we need to get this done eventually. Okay, no, we're done with Supreme Battleground. Okay. Alright, let's get all our other stuff here done. Wait, no, I meant to click this. Alright, gotta get all our stuff there. Oh, the other difficulty here is not open yet. Okay, it's not open there yet. Neural Sim, we gotta get this done. Okay, what else? Great, gotta spin the stamina. Wait, I need to quickly use the washroom. I'm gonna be right back. I'll be right back. Wait, what happens when I use the ultimate? What kind of place is this if we can't sit down?
Feeling parched.
Oh shit. The autoplay is just skipping through things. Yeah, so the story is still boring.
Want a sip?
Did you just see that? It freaking rushed through it.
Don't be shy.
What just happened there? Okay, I'll have to report that later too. There's like nothing for me to claim. You got to BR32 and that's it for now. I mean, congrats on making it that far. Right? Congrats on making that far. First again. Right, come on, just pop. Alright, that's the burst back. Is it available again? Oh yeah, we didn't kill him. Good. Good, I didn't kill him. So, we're gonna try to start the card now.
Give me one like yesterday's.
Oh.
They've already gone? Then, give me more?
I'm still here. What do you think you're doing? Please don't look. Fool. You silly head. Hey, we gotta make sure we can, remember Really? They took out your 4th character slot to give you wall running. But you still get stuck with wall running. Look at this. Guys, I'm wall running. I'm wall running, guys. I'm wall running. Look at this. Some men in the world see the world as round. I guess they're talking about their girlfriends. I mean, hey. Yeah, sometimes, you know, we do have the roundy boing boing. Right? It doesn't really work too well with the jiggle physics on my model, but they're kinda there. Hey, this is what we had Centuries of Evolution for. I mean, it's a pretty good value out there. Just like A31. A31 for sets. Oh yes, you pull it for her ass sets. Huh? See that? Someone put that. It died in the air randomly.
Your arms?
No, this is from Tokyo Xanadu. Wait. You can put both in your face. I bet you wish you were the camera. I bet you wish you were the camera. Okay, I'm back. Alright, let me just grab my keyboard. Okay. Let's get back in on the stuff here. I just got back from the washroom. Okay, let me grab my stuff here. And then we need the thing there. Let's go dump the stamina. Alright, cool. Yeah, this stuff is not unlocked yet. So we just wait for that one to unlock before we do it. Oh yeah, this thing I still haven't finished. I need to do an assimilation, then I need to do 2 classic games this week. I will do the assimilation. Which meme? What meme? What meme are you talking about? I'm confused. I am confused. What meme? The lava chicken one? I mean, I know about the lava chicken thing, but what about it? Okay. Well, we're doing this thing now.
Assimilated by the hams. One. Gear up. Test sequence initiated. Go take down the hams or risk a system-wide wipe. Just kidding.
Alright, where are they? I'm not hitting them. I see. Man, the voices here is so scuffed, man. Oh, there's some over here. Ah, yes. Look at this pig AI shit. They're all just fusing up here. Look at this. They can't, like, get anything done. Damn, I'm hitting them for 69 per shot. For some of them. Welcome raiders there on the thing. Wait. Hey, I didn't get raided.
Survivor code update. All heroes 30 seconds to end of move out. Think you can hold out a little longer?
But yeah.
Run complete. Test executed perfectly.
Alright, did I win?
As expected of you.
First place, 11 kills. Nice. It doesn't count assists though. Oh well. Alright. Claim that. Almost there. If I do 2 runs of the other thing, I'll only get to here. So I'll just wait to do the other runs of the other mode so I can get more experience. I have Supreme Battleground done, so we're okay with that one. Let's do trigger the random event. Okay. Where's the other stuff here? What's after? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what's after. I do wonder though what the next thing they're gonna send me like in person is.
Time to go to bed.
Because like a couple months ago, they were saying like they're gonna send another care package or whatever to some people. I wonder what they're gonna send me then. Well, when it arrives, because they said it'll take a couple of months or whatever. My guess is they're gonna send me like the figure they were making or whatever for Snowbreak. Earlier this year, they sent me a fucking bath towel and like unreleased merch or whatever before they released it. But I don't know. Because like they announced like a figure or something would be funny. Because like the people at Snowbreak have sent me stuff in the past. Would be funny though. If they send me the figure. Okay. Oh. I can get our manifestation here. After slam of ignition impacts radiance hits the target. Oh, increases their skill damage taken. Okay. Oh, that one shreds defense. Damn. Okay. What was the stuff on Free Fan? Oh, that one more skill damage. Cool.
How do you know I wanted this, darling?
Oh, you have something? Cool. Got that one. Let's do neural sim. Where's Celestial Swan? There she is. Yeah, I think this is the ideal setup for this.
I'd like to see who dared disturb my time alone with the Architect. It'll take more than that. Victory is mine, obviously.
Wait. Is that the wrong Penny? That's the wrong Penny, isn't it? There we go. That's the correct Penny.
Sun's brutal. Don't forget your sunscreen, darling. Look closely. Can't touch this. All of you, down.
Easy. What, that's a 40-second kill? Yeah, 40.3. Alright, cool. Let's do the other one then. Kinetic resistance, that's fine. Wait, which... Yeah, I think I'll do this. And then we put in... Yeah, I'll just put in Riptide. And then finally... Where's Edgeshell? There she is.
Once the bow is drawn, there is no retreat. Adjutant, I am prepared.
Let my arrows rain.
Oh, fucking hell.
Hardly worth our concern.
Let my arrows rain.
battlefield is mine to control. The end? This is just the beginning. Let my arrows rain.
Right, come back up. Yeah, this shit's annoying because you're just gonna keep waiting for the boss.
Arrows, find your targets.
You know, I'll choose a different setup. I think a different setup will be better. Yeah, we'll just use this one with Tess. Surely this is better and I just keep shooting at it. Oh, I need to ult first. Alright, and then we just shoot this thing. Almost died. Alright, it's dead. My bad. It's going fine. How you doing? You're welcome. Alright, we got that done. Honestly, like, clear time is shit, but whatever. A clear is a clear. Got the weekly neural sims done. So we don't have to worry about that now. Oh yeah, there's also this thing we have to do. And we gotta get buffs and whatever this shit is. Yeah, I remember the flying whale in Gray Space. What about it? Do you just put a bunch of shit in here? Or something? Oh, it takes a hit exceeding that thing, restores HP. So you just put all types of buffs on these? Oh, I can put more. I guess they can like have RNG rolls for stats or something. Oh, power's already in there. I guess I just put those in. Refine. Oh, I can like do... And then I can put these in here. I see, so you can get more modules that way. I assume this is for something else. Okay, cool. Let's go get the stuff in here then.
Let's make some sweet memories this vacation. It's nothing. Don't you worry, darling. Big deal. It's nothing. Don't you worry, darling. Let me wipe you down. It's nothing. Don't you worry, darling. Feel the heat. Big deal.
Alright, I'll take that one.
It's nothing. Don't you worry, darling. Just worked up a little sweat, that's all.
Now we can convert U energy, S energy into U energy.
Still the opening act. Darling, wipe me down, will you?
Let's see.
It's nothing. Don't you worry, darling. That is just worked up a little sweat, that's all.
Alright, we just gotta get this shit done. A lot of this stuff farmed. Until we can get all the buffs. Alright, we got a ton of buffs here to grab. I'll take that one. So many of these things that just keep spam AoEing down. Alright, we gotta do a bunch of these. Until we get all the buffs. And then it gives us this stuff too. It gives us a lot of that equipment thing there too. Alright. We'll do a couple of these. I don't know how many of these things I'll need to do though. We do have time to go through all of these though, but it's still good to slowly work towards getting all this stuff here done. Oh cool, Sirius is still there. Alright, let's take that one. Alright, we gotta add as many buffs as we can to the list.
Big deal. Let me wipe you down. Hey, closely. And that's it. Darling, wipe me down, will you? Closely.
Alright, now we got the smolder buff.
Big deal.
Ooh, Spark, finally. That's what we like to see. Oh, so it does count as skill damage. Because it's triggering Spark. But it'll not disappear if no new stacks are added at the same at max stacks finals. Ooh, okay. Nice.
Big deal. Just worked up a little sweat, that's all. Big deal. Let me wipe you down.
Alright, it's nice to get buffs for the new unit. Alright, cool. Damn. Increase operative's thermal damage by 55% every 15 seconds for 6 seconds. That's a pretty big buff. It'll only reroll attributes if you have it at the max. Interesting. Put that there. Get more of that attack thingy. Get more ballistic damage. Oh, it's this core thing. The thermal core. There's a frost core and a thermal core. I'll take that. Then we can refine more of these. Cool. So yeah, so we just farm a bunch of parts for the stuff here. We refine them all, and then we get all the equip effects here. Okay. But then, what do we use the buffs from there for? Is it like these modes? I guess they're not all available yet anyways. Increase the blast that deals shoe damage. Ooh, that's neat. Alright, back into this.
Let's make some sweet memories this vacation. Here I go. Big deal. Just worked up a little sweat, that's all. It's nothing. Don't you worry, darling.
Alright. Let's get pierced.
Here I go. Feel the heat. Just worked up it's nothing. Don't you worry, darling.
I'll take that one.
Let's finish this in one go. It's nothing. Don't you worry, darling. It's nothing. Don't you worry, darling. Just worked up a little sweat, that's all. Let me wipe you down. It's nothing. Don't you worry, darling. Take this.
Let me just keep spamming this for a bit.
Big deal. Darling, wipe me down, will you?
Alright, we can get yin yang here.
It's nothing. Don't you worry, darling.
Alright, which is another buff off the list.
Just worked up a little sweat, that's all. It's nothing. Don't you worry, darling. Feel the heat.
Alright, let's see. After dealing damage, we'll take that one. Yeah, this thing's only doing skill damage. But when I shoot, I think it does ballistic damage then. Alright, we got some more stuff there. But I really don't get that much in regards to the buffs from doing this stuff. I really don't get all that much. Oh damn, that one gives them healing every couple seconds, so that's nice. That one buffs skill damage. Let's see over here. And put that there. Oh yeah, we just eventually want to get everything with yellow buffs, I assume. Alright, that's my assumption. Alright, let's see. It's another yellow buff there. And then we gotta slowly get that thing figured out. Okay. But yeah, you just go farm this stuff for the buffs, I guess. And then you go with all the other stuff there after the fact. I'll put that there. Grab all of those buffs. Yeah, I'll put that one there. Yeah, I guess I'll just put that in there. Doesn't really matter.
Let's make some sweet memories this vacation.
You can't really slot that many skills on this one on the buff trial mode. Alright, let's just keep smacking these guys.
Big deal. Let me wipe you down.
I'll take that one. Alright, we just need to farm this a decent amount first. I'll grab that. Alright, I'll take that one.
Let's finish this in one go. Gotta stay hydrated. Darling, let me down, will you? Let's finish this in one go. Still the opening act. Just worked up a little sweat, that's all. Big deal.
And I'll take that.
Let's finish this in one go. Darling, let me down, will you? Just worked up a little sweat, that's all. Let's grab some shade and take 5.
I'll take that buff. Alright, we're really building this stuff here up. So that's good.
Big deal.
Alright, we're getting more buff stuff for this stuff here. Then more of those things there to convert over. Alright, let's see. But yeah, we can get a bunch of modules and stuff here. I wonder why they put all this stuff in here though.
Brutal. Don't forget your sunscreen, darling.
Wonder why.
Feel the heat.
It's kind of a lot. Yeah, well, this is like a buff farming again.
Big deal.
But whatever. Right, another buff there to grab. More her buffs.
Just worked up a little sweat, that's all. Let's finish this in one go. Gotta stay hydrated. Big deal.
I'll take that one.
Hey, let's finish this in one go. Just worked up a little sweat, that's all.
We can grab that one from Freesha.
Darling, wipe me down, will you? Big deal.
Alright. What do we get here? We get a bit more points there. Alright, let's see. We have another one I can put here. Alright, I can put that there. And like, yeah, I could farm more of those things, but I think I'll do it another time. I think we'll just go finish the Pokemon stuff and then head off. I did start the stream early as well, compared to when I usually start streams anyways. Right, we've been live for how long now? What? About 4 hours? And it should take us an hour and a bit to do the Pokemon stuff anyways. Alright, let's go move on to that then. Okay, let's see. This will probably be the last time I stream Pokemon Legends ZA until the DLC releases, and then we play the DLC when it comes out, and then that's it. What the hell? Why isn't my Switch turning on? Alright, let me see if I can get my capture card working. Why isn't it working? What the hell? Give me a sec. Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna go see what's going on with my capture card. Give me a sec. We're just doing dimensions for coding. But yeah, I guess we would need some of these for the weapon upgrade stuff. There's a pickard. And it runs all the way over there again. What the? Did it just fly? Impossible. We won't be able to catch it from the front. Maybe we should go the other way? Well, there's a Sandra, so we've come... Okay, it's working now. God, I hate the freaking dock for the Switch. It's so terrible. The freaking dock. I wish I could use a different USB-C video out instead and capture from that, but like, fuck Nintendo with their bullshit, man. I'm stuck using their atrocious dock. I swear, like, sometimes, like, half the time when I, like, back when I used to actually use this regularly, when I would dock and undock it in the official dock, it would just, like, not work. Which is just annoying. Oh yeah, yep. Pokédex research tasks. So let's get this stuff done. Alright, let's see. Oh, I need to smash Mega Crystals. That'll only give me 100 points. Then there's this thing. So you actually need to do the thing there. Okay. Any crystals for me to break? Nope. And of course, nighttime. Let's get the legendary Pokemon first, and then we'll do the battle zone a bunch of times. Alright. To finish up there. Let's do that. Which means we gotta go here. Alright, cool. Wait, do I have to think first then? Wait, why isn't AZ here? Oh, I think I have to do that one battle first. Maybe that's why. I think I have to do the one battle first before AZ will show up. Alright. Yes, let's do the match. We get Zach as our first match. This one's funny. This is post game, but like he'll show up with like the weakest shit ever. Look at this. As their first match. Yeah, they call me Lizzie Eternal. That's because Z is the ultimate, the end to all that comes before it. Uh-huh. Sure. Alright, is Zach the driver? And then he comes in with this freaking slowpoke that's like level 11 or whatever. Level 9. Even worse. And then he got his Pidgey. Level 10 Pidgey. Your final, yeah, be your Z, the final letter in your challenge. Uh-huh. A Pikachu. Gave us some iron. And some experience candy. Oh, here we go. Thank goodness. Hurry straight to Hotel Z. Alright, now we can go to Hotel Z. We made again. I would speak with you about AZ, but words failed me. How does one speak fittingly of such a man? It's tragic that after seeing so many others come to their rest, he was alone when his time came. Still, I'm glad for the conversation he and I had, however scant. Excuse me, but what did you talk to AZ about? About the agony of being unable to die. About his deeds, both good and heinous. Even though it was for the sake of peace, he did build Ange. Do you consider that a bad deed? Not necessarily, though the havoc it wreaked on Lumiose is undeniable. The exact causality is unclear, but we can surmise Ange's influence resulted in more wild Pokemon gathering throughout Lumiose, which led this city built for humans to become a place of harmony with these wild creatures. But now we have separated Pokemon and humans into different areas once more. I wonder, is it right that we keep each other at arm's length with these holotech barriers? Perhaps we will find another way. I look forward to seeing what people of the city choose. Right, so I have, of course, come here to tell you something. I'll get to it. After you and I spoke in Lysander Labs, more of my memories returned, and I recall the existence of two beings. The one that gives and the one that takes. The one that gives? I wish that I could tell you more. I'm sorry, for now all I can remember are these two epithets. But I have more to tell you. Zygarde has not shown itself since that eventful day. I imagine it's exhausted its power and has now retreated somewhere to quietly recover. You understand what that means, do you not? There are none but you whom I can rely. That being the situation, I leave the rest up to you. Please find the two I spoke of. Alright. What even was that? It's like the guy was trying to win a cryptic old man contest. He didn't give you much to go on, did he? Perhaps you could learn more from people with connections to Team Flare. Got anyone in mind? Mabel at the Pokemon Research Lab, and Grisham at Nouveau Cafe, I suppose. There you go, we'll be cheering for ya. Alright. Let's go here first. Greedy little imbecile. Throwing more budget at wild zones because they're hit with the tourists. We can't handle that without more funding. This idiot mayor is going to be the death of me. Sure, things with Prism Tower have calmed down at last, but that doesn't mean there aren't other threats to Lumios. The signs are all there. Well, look who's here, the finest researcher in the entire Mabel stable. You have something pretty annoying to ask me if you come all the way to my office, right? Something about one's giving and taking? Here we go again. Even after years on the straight and narrow, I still can't escape my past. Alright, I guess I can't avoid it forever, so I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you what I know. There's a pair of legendary Pokemon in the Kalos region. One that takes, otherwise known as Yveltal, and the other that gives, usually called Xerneas. I know quite a bit about the two since Team Flare tried its hand at capturing them both. Listen, I'm about to share something important. So I need you to pay attention here, kid. We've been getting some strange readings lately from the wild zones around town. If I had to posit a theory, I'd say it's almost likely the areas have been bathed in Xerneas' life energy. And in every wild zone where we've detected these weird readings, we've seen a certain kind of Pokemon appearing without fail. They're alpha Pokemon, but not the usual kind. Something's not right about them. These anomalous alphas have to be connected somehow to Xerneas, to the one that gives. And if they aren't, I guess we still ought to take care of them. Alphas always spell danger. I'm sure you can tell where this is going, right? Your new research task is to catch or defeat the anomalous alphas in Wild Zones 3, 5, and 9. Now get to it. Alright. Let's go there first. It's a Glade. Yep, that mod should still be active. We're just gonna quickly chuck them and grab them. And then go to the next one. Where was the alpha here? We need to find the alpha here. No, it's not that one. I need to break these stones anyways. There's the music from the clip that can change. Yeah, we're still falling off the map. Yeah, except Diance's not in here. Neither is Mewtwo. They're locked behind an unreleased event. Both of them. I can understand Diance because mythical, but Mewtwo is like come on. They could have put Mewtwo in. Right, like I understand Diance. But like the Mewtwo, like bruh. They could have put Mewtwo in here too. But they didn't. Alright, where is it? The alpha's here somewhere. And it's like really annoying to get around here because like everything looks fucking the same. So like it's not like I know where I'm supposed to look. Because everything looks the fucking same. Nope, it's not carving. And like, yeah, this would have been the perfect place to put Diancie. Like with the card bank and everything. Honestly, Diancie should have just been an evolution for carving. Like just have it like a special evolution item or something. Because isn't it like related to Carbink anyways? In the lore or whatever? Right? Like they should have done that, but they didn't. Right, it's pretty much the whole Manaphy Fiona, yeah. Fiona should evolve into Manaphy. I hear Pangoro. That doesn't belong there. And in the last Wild Zone will be the one and only Steelix you can catch in the game. There's only one Steelix in the game without trading. There's only one. And it's in the post game. In Wild Zone 3, after you get the quest, it'll spawn in. That's the one and only Steelix that you can get. That is the only Steelix that's obtainable. I might as well get my challenger ticket. Yeah, that was annoying. That Haunter with the Everstone Troll trade in the OG Diamond Pearl Platinum, and then they brought it back again in the remakes, and I'm just like, bruh. That traumatized me as a kid. I'm like, woo, I get to finally get Gengar. That is like, nope, Everstone. Right? Because like, not being able to trade that often or whatever with people or whatever for some of the specific ones. Well, I guess with like, there were ways you could abuse GTS, but like, you know, that's just pure troll. But like, on the Switch, it's different because like, if you want to use GTS, you have to pay for NSO. When back in the DS era, it was free. So it's just fucked. Alright, let's go catch Xerneas. I should put Xerneas in a blue ball to match his color scheme. I think we put him in quick ball. Xerneas will put in a quick ball. Yeah, if only. And here's my little star researcher. See, tackling my tasks has trained you up to handle just about anything, wouldn't you say? Now then, look at the data you've collected. We're basically headed for disaster. Xerneas, the one that gives life, is beyond a doubt drawing close to Lumio City. We can probably infer that the crisis with the tower triggered this behavior. The excessive mega power from the tower caused rogue mega evolutions, and if Xerneas shows up, something similar could happen again. I mean, it has command of basically unlimited pool of life energy. There's only one way to make sure we avoid another disaster. Yeah? Have you seen Corliss's hair? Wait. Then yeah, freaking Corliss, who looks like he's the fucking Internet Explorer thing. From Black and White. Look at this design. It looked like the old, like, depending on the angle you could look at it, it's like you see the Internet Explorer as his fucking hair. It's like, what the fuck is his hair? Right, that's just his hair. It's just... I don't know. I don't know how much gel he used, man. How much gel is he using? Yes. The answer is yes. How much gel did he need in his hair? The answer is yes. Alright, it's yes. Alright. Xerneas must be caught. It looks like it's on track to appear in Wild Zone 11. Alright. Except they're not. They're not alphas. Wait, Xerneas is on this side. Here we go. Looks like you made a contact with our target. You're up against Xerneas, one of the legendary Pokemon of the Kalos region. We needed to catch that thing. And it's just the X and Y legendary Pokemon theme. It's not an alpha though. Ding ding ding, you sure did it. And to the victor go the spoils, meaning congrats, you got yourself a legendary Pokemon. Seriously great work. When we found Xerneas 5 years ago, it was basically in a dormant tree-like state. It was a lot easier to secure like that compared to just what you had to do. But even then, could you feel the life force just rolling around it? I've been researching Pokemon's life energy for ages, and I was still overwhelmed by that feeling. Seeing Xerneas again after all this time, it's quite something. But look at me, still stuck here, forbidden from traveling about freely or leaving Lumios. And then there was all this mess and energy with leaking from the tower and powering up wild Pokemon. Yeah, it's implying Protag of XY didn't catch him, yeah. The energy is probably what caused all these wild Pokemon to flock to the city, wanting a taste. In short, things have been rough. But somehow we managed to prevent even more trouble from befalling the Pokemon here. Look at it that way. It's nice to know that my work for Team Flirt wasn't a total waste. And you still haven't finished all the research tasks I wanted you to do for me either. So maybe you can take a breather today, but I'm still counting on you to get the work done. Alright, let's go take a look at the Xerneas we caught. Interesting. Okay. Max speed, HP, special attack. Wait, how high was the base stats for Xerneas' attack? Why is it like... This is a neutral nature, right? Yeah, that's a neutral nature. Damn, his attack is super close to special attack. So you could like run it mixed. Interesting. Honestly, Geomancy is not a good move in this game. I'll show you why. What's the problem with Geomancy, like? If I use Geomancy, it takes forever to charge up. It's like not good in this game. Geomancy is actually a bad move in this game. Which is kind of funny. So it's like if you're actually going to run it in this game, you'd probably just run mixed and then give it like, or like you would use Calm Mind if you want to use it as special attacker. It doesn't get that many moves, honestly. You get Thunderbolt, Flash Cannon, Psychic, Moonblast. Like there's Calm Mind. Right, like you don't really get that much there for coverage. Horn Leech is good, so like I guess you would just run it mixed. Or you do something crazy, you run it physical with Play Rough. You get rid of Moonblast, you run Play Rough. You run it physical. And then you get like Night Slash, I guess. Like, yeah, because then you can also use Close Combat too. If you wanted to run a physical. Close Combat, Rock Slide. Horn Leech. Like, as weird as it sounds. The thing you would never think you would see. Right, you'd probably never expect this. Physical Xerneas. Like, who would run such a thing? Right, imagine. Physical Xerneas. Right, it's such a cursed thing to imagine, but like... Yeah, physical Xerneas? Like... It'll still have, like, a freaking Garchomp tier attack stat there. But, like, way more bulk. Way more bulk and speed. Right, you just run it like this. The cursed set. Alright, let's go get Yveltal now. The only good thing we got to offer is our location. You here for another nasty drink? Grizel, I do wish you wouldn't be quite so candid with your sales pitch. What? We saved the whole city, dang city with her. You think we still need us to stand on ceremony? So what did you want? The same old burn-up roast? I'll take the one that... I want the one that takes. You speak of legendary Pokemon? Volta and Xerneas? Never thought I'd hear those names again. Thank you for yet another reminder of, all the ways we, messed up back in our Team Flare days. If you're facing either of those two, we'll help out. I hate the aftertaste of failure. Indeed, but if you aim to take on a legendary Pokemon, I think you'll be wise to reach out to the good people at Quasartico first. Meet us at Quasartico Inc. building. Discussing this further without them won't get us anywhere, believe me. Alright. Here you are. We heard from Grisham that we should be expecting you. And I have an update on my own. Our teams recently detected some sort of flying object approaching Lumio City. We have since determined that the object is most likely the legendary Pokemon Yveltal. Yveltal's a real nasty piece of work. It nearly took out a whole Team Flare unit on its own back when we tried to capture it for use for the ultimate weapon. And that was when it was in its dormant state, mind you. We did finally manage to contain it, thanks to the efforts of the very best trainers that Team Flare had to offer, including our former admin Malva. If our forces hadn't been so depleted by that foolish campaign, I doubt those children would have ever reached the ultimate weapon to stop it. This time, Quasartico Inc. will be stepping in to help, so you don't have to end up similarly overwhelmed. What kind of help, Vinny? You see, Team Flare had a device that they used to train some of their team members. It was a battle simulator that they could fully recreate Pokemon using holotech, down to the details of how they moved and the effects of their attacks. Grisham and Grizel here both experienced it for themselves, so we asked for their input. We built ourselves an improved version. Yes, and we had to train against such a device back then as Team Flare's future leader. But when the monstrosity Quasartico's made is even worse than what Team Flare had come up with, making it the perfect tool in which to train for a great challenge such as this. Right, I would like to ask you to battle once more against Victreebel, Elutra, and Tyranitar in their Rogue Mega Evolved states. This device is kept in the lower levels. We call it our Rogue Mega Evolution Simulator 3000. If you follow me, please. Alright. Let's start with... yeah, we'll do Tyranitar first. Honestly, using Xerneas here is worse than using a Mega. Megas are so busted for these things, and then using a non-Mega is actually technically worse. Because I don't get to spam plus moves. Oh yeah, could I just use Mega Meganium? Alright, is dead. Goodbye, Tyranitar. Alright. Let's go with, Victory Bell. We'll use Delphox for Victory Bell. There goes Victory Bell. Then Halucha next. Alright, let's go battle Halucha. We just keep going. Alright, let me heal it up. And there goes Halucha. Easy. Easy. Superbly done. As to be expected as the one of the first ever ZA Royale champions, you're truly impressive to have so soundly defeated 3 rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon on your own, even if they were simulations. I guess it was pretty impressive. Yes, what is it? Understood. So the flying object we believe to be EnVtuber has finally reached the borders of Lumia City. Please notify nearby residents. Civilians should be put on alert. I suppose you overheard all that. You need to... All you needed to... EnVtuber has arrived. It appears to be headed for the roof of the Rouge District's Galerie de la Lune. EnVtuber is said to be able to absorb life force. It represents death itself, meaning that simply defeating it in battle won't be enough. It'll just recover and fly into a rage. You have to absolutely catch it to control it. Alright. But before that, let's get our second match. Alright, we need to do all of these matches. Alright. If I win this time, you'll have to come work at Nouveau Cafe as my lackey. No, you won't win. Alright. Result of Team Claire Nouveau. We got a Talonflame here. Alright, we'll go. Hey. We gotta win this, then we can get back to the to serving the coffee to the unfortunate. Ah yes, Pyro with its really stupid looking Mega. This is ridiculous. Me losing repeatedly, this just doesn't happen. Congratulations, you now claim victory in 2 reward matches. Here's a reward. Cool, we got protein. And more experience candy. Come back and try your hand at another reward match when you get another challenger's ticket. Alright, let's see, what can I give it? Yeah, I'll give it an assault vest, I guess. We might as well get our next ticket here. God fucking damn it. I wanted to fight that one. Oh, there goes that. Oh, I'm almost hit 1,000 mega crystals. Alright, we'll head on over there. Let's get to Ovaltal. How do I get up there again? Oh fuck. Of course, game has Pepega collision there and I'm falling through. Alright, now we need to get up there. Alright, here we go. The Voltal time. I think repeat ball is the best looking ball for it. Let's go catch Yveltal. Detected Yveltal's life force. I suppose you must have found that. Yveltal is an extremely dangerous Pokemon. I trust you will take care. And you know you've got to catch it, right? It's a big job, but you gotta be up to it. Alright. Here we go. Easy. No effort required. You never stop surprising me to think you could be able to conquer even Yveltal. I just wanted to protect Lumios. Perhaps it's true that wanting something to too much clouds the vision, sending one down paths that lead only to defeat. What are you going on about now, Gris? Nothing at all. I was just thinking about how wonderful it would be to have a serious battle against our friend here, who has subdued Lumios's mightiest Pokemon. Seriously, if there's a point here, would you mind getting to it? My point is only that my old fixation upon restoring our honor held me captive to the past, and now I am focused wholly on becoming the greatest I can be. A better goal, I rather think. Yeah, I guess nothing wrong with that, huh? I prefer the look you get on your face when you're focused in battle. You almost look good. I think I also maintain a nice expression when I am dealing with our customers. Speaking of which, are we really are we all ready for a nice coffee break? Oh. Alright, one piping hot cup of full props to you. I swear, it's not just the dregs we couldn't sell today. Alright, let's check it out. Alright, let's check the summary first. Okay, max special attack, max special defense, max defense. It doesn't have max, the other things there though. What moves does it get? Interesting. Of course, Oblivion Wing. Dark Pulse, Air Slash, Snarl, Taunt, Gust. Yeah. We can get for TMs or these things. Oh, we can get Heat Wave. Yeah, I think I'll go with that. Let's give it Yeah, we'll give it a quick claw. Okay, because it has max speed. Alright, I could make him modest. I think I'll just do that. Or wait. We'll make it timid. Yeah, now it has a higher speed stat there. Alright, let's see. Is Lysander still at the Hotel Z? A being that gives and a being that takes. Both actions are vital to maintaining balance, but in excess they could destroy it. My memories remain vague, indistinct, yet there is one thing I know. Long ago, I tried to give too much, but my good deeds saw no reward. I wallowed in despair and resentment, and I decided to take everything for myself instead. Then came Zygarde, a being that seeks to correct excess, to find moderation, to restore balance. I can only imagine that is why it would save me, the one who fired the ultimate weapon. And now I must ask something of you. Battle me so that I may see who you truly are as a trainer. Alright. Lysander fight now. Are you prepared to battle? Yes, let's battle. I once believed that victory was the only meaning to be found from battle. Yeah, Zygarde Order Hoopa is chaos, yeah. But I am certain that I will enjoy battling you. You are challenged by Pokemon Trainer L. Alright. Of course, he has Pyroar. Now he has a Garbodor. His music is pretty good though. Wait. Look how we cooperate, human and Pokemon. Perhaps there is beauty to this world. Right, there's his Mega Ring. Oh shit. Okay, my stuff was under-leveled a bit. Here, let me train. In 2 seconds. Yeah, I think I'll do that there. But I'm also playing with extra latency from the capture card. Because I'm just looking at OBS instead of thing. Okay. That should be good now. Alright. Challenge by Pokemon Trainer L. Alright, now we got Garbodor. Alright, we're in a much better spot now. Alright. Hi, Derico. Welcome, welcome. Excellent, I can feel the fire of your convictions burning deep within your heart. This is why we battle, to reach understanding, trainer to trainer, trainer to Pokemon, and Pokemon to Pokemon. I suppose that is why AZ, like you, wished for the ZA Royale to resume. 5 years ago, a group of children stood against me in defiance. If I tried to understand them, perhaps I would have never fired the ultimate weapon. Alright, he's talking about the characters from X and Y there, yeah. Zygarde? How curious. I really meant to beckon you to the tower. That much is what I can intuit from my experience working with Zygarde. What it wants with you at that faithful place, I cannot say. Alright. Zygarde battle time. Alright. We'll use a nest ball for Zygarde. Will you battle Zygarde? I'm ready. Alright, we got Zygarde here. Zygarde appeared. Why is the AI just bored here for this thing? Alright, there goes the first phase. I guess we're just gonna get every single form of Zygarde. More like the Pega A, man. Oh shit. Why was it targeting me? It wasn't my Pokemon that faked it. It literally did nothing to Xerneas. I'm convinced it just gets hard-walled and just starts attacking you instead. If it can't attack your Pokemon. What do you mean it's freezing? What's wrong with your internet if it's freezing? Imagine not having enough RAM in 2025. The fuck is that? That's supposed to be Core Enforcer. You should be immune to that shit. Come on. Oh, fucking hell. How am I supposed to avoid that shit? Screw it. I'll just kill it faster then. Yeah. It's annoying also if you're playing from like via capture card, because like you have a lot of extra latency. Because like playing from the capture card, I have like an extra like 80 milliseconds of latency. I'll just put Moonblast there as filler. Oh yeah. Well, it depends on the game, but yeah. I need more VRAM. I'm just gonna wait for the 5070 Ti Super or the 5080 Super though. Don't come here, freaking Xerneas. I swear, the freaking AI for some of these range moves is so stupid. Yeah, much better to just run physical Xerneas. Oh, and then now for the complete one. Oh, now I can't switch it out if I wanted to. Not that I want to. Where'd he go? I hate how low the FOV is. Because, like, I can't see where... I can't see shit with this stupid camera. Like, bruh. Like, it should zoom out for that shit. I can't see shit with that. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to avoid it if I can't even see it? See where it could go. Yep. Honestly, this would be a lot easier if I wasn't playing it through the capture card. But like, how else am I gonna record this game? Whatever. But also the low FOV is just pure pain. Oh wait. Okay, this is how I'll do it. I'll just be out of bounds. Alright, there we go. Alright. Be worthy, let your Pokeball fly. Alright, cool. There we go. Dex completed. Now we got Zygarde. Game's borked, man. I'm playing on my modded Switch, that's how. So this legendary Pokemon has joined forces with the mightiest trainer in Lumios. The thought of you two combining your power gives me hope for the future of this city. You should have this, it will allow Zygarde to change its form. Alright. Difference between 10%, 50% form. You can use the Zygarde... If HP drops to half or less during battle, it can change to complete. In this form, all the things that in there... Zygarde can only Mega Evolve in its complete form, damn. When Zygarde becomes Mega Zygarde, Cornforcel becomes Nihil Light. When Zygarde uses up its strength protecting the Pokemon from the light of the ultimate weapon, it's scattered to far off places, absorbing the power of those lands and seeking humans who would give it aid. And now that I think of it, the move that Zygarde used when it Mega Evolved, that reminds me of Z moves like those that used in the Alola region, but perhaps I'm reading too much into it. Now it falls to me to ponder, what should I do with the 3,000 years I must live? Is there something you want to do? There is. To this day, I yearn to create a more beautiful world, and I will yearn for it forever. I once thought we could achieve that world by fulfilling material needs of everyone. Now I know it's not so simple. An old proverb says it's good to feed the hungry, but better to teach them how to feed themselves. I had focused solely on what I believed the world needed, yet I lost sight of how to make it so that people can truly flourish. Thanks to what you and your Pokemon have done together, I learned my lesson well. It's an outlandish dream far beyond my reach, but with 3,000 years' time, perhaps I can make it real. Much like AZ wandered far and wide across the world in search of Floette, I shall travel across the vast reaches in search of ways to create the world I yearn for. When people manage to meet, it is a gift. Even living in the same time and place, there is no guarantee. The fact that we and so many others met and banded together with to make Lumios a better place, it's something we should treasure. Barring some great change, I doubt we will meet again, but I will carry these lessons with me. Au revoir, my young friend. Alright. Pokedex is complete, but we don't have Mega Evolution Dex complete yet. Because we need to do one more thing. The thing is though, the last thing. Alright, I can get that one, I can get these three. I can get 1,500 more points. Oh wait, 1,600 more points. But I can't actually make it to the very end without trading via link trade evolutions. Okay, plus special attack, interesting. Max attack, special attack, and HP. The problem with the Mega Zygarde thing though is you need to be in Zygarde complete to Mega Evolve. I guess you would, like, you'd have to, like, run it some weird mix set. Or something. And then, like, later on then you can think. I guess I can do this. Let's try to see if we can get it to Mega Evolve out there. Alright. Hit it. What? It just ran away? Oh, come on. I doubt it. The future DLC is just gonna be an expansion of what's currently here. Hit Zygarde, come on. You know you want to. Come on, hit Zygarde. Okay, why isn't he turning into complete form? Oh, I healed him too much. Here, attack him. There we go. Alright, can I keep him like this now? I don't know. It depends. I guess. But here we go. We have Zygarde out. It looks so fake. I'm moving. Like, bruh. The way it moves around just looks so Papega. Like, where the fuck is it going? Why did it go all the way over there? It's so dumb. Oh, it gets extreme speed. I'm gonna give it that. Alright, here, it's Mega. Look at it! Look at the blimp! Alright. There he goes. Wait, can we see its stats? Holy special attack. Damn, that's crazy. That's some crazy special attack stat. Let's change its nature. Yeah, I think we'll just keep it as is. But yeah, shit's just crazy. But like, it's also dumb how you need it to be in complete form. Otherwise, you can't mega evolve it. It must be in complete form. Alright. Let's see if there's like anything else there for one final thing. I guess like you could technically get into complete form before you go do something. Look how massive this guy is. No, if you put him back in the ball, he goes back into the other form. Alright, I forget where I can get like other mints, a bunch of the mints. I need one that like gives it a neutral nature. No, it's not there. Which area was it? Was it there? No, it wasn't here. Which area was it? Was it over there? No, it wasn't there. Where was that place that sold like a bunch of mints? I don't remember where like that place that had a bunch of mint sellers were before. Because like there was like a spot that had like a bunch of like mint stalls. I'm looking for that. Maybe it's there. Maybe here? Nope. Okay, so it's not in that area. Maybe it's in that area there. I think there was like a triangle shape or some weird shape to it. But like there was a place that had a bunch of mint sellers. Then we can go to the battle zone after I find it. No, it wasn't there. Fuck, where is it? It's not there. Nope, not there. He's like, what's annoying as well is like the actual useful shit that I would look for on the map. Whatever, it does not show this stuff here. Like, I'm looking for the freaking mint sellers. But, like, it ain't showing me mint sellers on the map. Nope, it's not here. Where the fuck is that? Nope, I already went there. Nope, it's not there. No, it's not this area. Nope. Alright. Nope, not there. Nope, this area too small. Fuck, where is it supposed to be? I forgot where it was before. And it's annoying trying to find it. Nope, not here. Okay, so it's not there. It's not in those areas. It's not there. Where the hell is it? I'll try a different area. Nope. Just a fountain here. Wait, you know, I think Cerebi has a map. I think there's like an interactive map or something on Cerebi. Okay, might be over here. Oh, here it is, I think. Here's some of them. Let's see, wait. Alright, let's see. Okay. Alright, we'll just do that. What move did it get the idea of? I'm gonna guess it was outrage or something. It was probably outrage that I learned. Alright. Now we need a bench. Oh, we don't need one if it's gonna just... Alright, come on, nighttime. Alright, cool. Let's go get our battle zone points. We gotta do this 13 times. And then we're done. Alright. Got that done. Alright, time for our Our next battle, Quizartico. You can't refight Zygarde here. There is no Zygarde rematch option here. That's interesting. Alright, let's go fight Lita. Get ready to check out Mega Stormy's dance moves. You're challenged by a lead of Team MZ. Right, she got the Clawitzer here. Come on, Stormy. Let's show them how we get on with the good foot. Alright. Make a Stormy now. And it's dead. I know I lost, but I gave you a good fight, huh? Right? I guess I'm pretty great. Congratulations, you've now claimed a victory in 3 reward matches. Here's your reward. Alright, cool, we got a Master Ball. And more EXP candy. Come back and try your hand at another reward match when you get another challenger's ticket. Wait, it didn't count as a super effective move? Even though I hit a rock type with the ground type move with all? Interesting. Alright. That's fine. Oh yes, I see you have a challenger's ticket. Would you like to take part in a reward match? Yeah, let's do this. Then let's see who your opponent will be. Alright, we got Tarragon. Alright, let me call your opponent to battle court. Then you two may begin at once. You might have beaten my finest scaffolding course, but let's see if your battling skills are up to snuff. You were challenged by Tarragon of Dynamo. Alright, we got Hippowdon here. This is crazy, use that super overkill attack. Come on, extra drill time to show this kid what your drill can do. Alright, you got me. I lost. Tell you what, I'll fix up your hotel free of charge. Wait, he said that before. So they just reuse that line again. Okay. Congratulations, you've now claimed victory in 4 reward matches. Here's your reward. Alright, we got Big Nugget. And more candy. Alright, back to the battle zone. Alright, let's go fight the next one. I see you have a challenger's ticket. Would you like to take part in a reward match? Yep, let's do this. Then let's see who your opponent will be. Alright, we got Zavi. Alright, let me call your opponent to battle. Court, then you two may begin at once. You again, shocking. Consider what a rank X vibe you had back when we first met. Alright, we're gonna go fight Zavi, the grade schooler. How the hell did it, like, miss? For a good chunk of that animation. Being pressed into a corner is what pushes me to get serious. Don't I sound cool when I say that? We'll see. Even when I tried to get good in Zia Royale, I still never stood out in class. You can't catch a break. Congratulations, we got 5 reward matches. Alright, cool, we got Carbos and Candy. Alright, let's go get another one done. Alright, match number 6. I guess you have a challenger ticket. Yes, we do. Alright, we got Gwen. Alright, let me call your opponent. Yeah, cool. Why do I battle in the Zia Royale? Because I prefer the night. Alright. Yep, now we got Chandelure. Chandelure, Mega Evolve, burn it all. Seriously? Yes. On to the next one. Alright, on to the next one. Alright, next opponent. Alright, yeah, let's go fight them. Who's my next opponent? Alright, her, LeBron. I wish I didn't have to do it 15 times though. I'm kind of annoying because I have to keep going back and forth constantly. Alright. Let's go fight her ass. Alright, LeBron. Welcome Raiders, they're on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. We're just finishing up the post game here now. In Legends ZA. Sure, let's see Mega Dragology. We'll end it off by firing the nuke. At point blank. Just fire the nuke off at point blank. Alright. Alright. Let's get the next ticket for the next one. Alright, let's see. Ah, fuck it. We'll just kill his ass. Hi, Dark Side. Welcome, welcome. Would have been nice if he damaged me below 50%. I'm doing fine, I guess. A little tired, but yeah. Alright, we got our ticket. Off to the next one. Alright, who's our opponent this time? Alright, we have a challenge ticket. Yes, let's do this. Alright, Navian. Alright. A battle seems like the most fitting way to show how grateful I am to you, don't you think? Alright. Alright, Navian of Team MZ. Zyron's not taking enough damage. Alright, Scrafty, let's wield your Mega Evolve power to the maximum. Since you won, I'll admit I'm really happy that you're that we're both in Team MZ. Okay. Oh, there's the fastball. Alright, now for this one. Oh, sure, give me your prize medals. Alright, let's go find another one. Alright, we just need to do a couple more. Yeah, let's go do it. This is our next opponent. Alright, we got Yvonne. Let's get this over with, yep. Damn, she has 5 Pokemon. Oh, it'll kick things for if it's a melee attack. I won't let you end this guy quickly. Alright, nice Vivian. Too bad. It's getting shot at point blank. Alright. Now we got a lure ball. Alright. Alright, off to the next opponent. Alright, let's go fight our 10th one. Alright, we got Rintaro now. Alright. His restaurant's called the Luna. Yeah, nah, I wouldn't want to eat there. It's a Luna. Like, do you want to eat there? Nah. Alright, Rintaro. You got your Simisage. The other is named Leia. But this is a Luna. You got too many mons. It's just funny, you like having that thing just annihilate whatever gets sent out. Yeah, it's just a fire my laser block. Alright, there's a heavy ball. That's another mission completed. Let's go do another challenge. At least we'll get this done in about 20 minutes or so. All of this. Alright. Let's see, who do we fight this time? Oh, Kanari. I gotta win the Infinite ZA Royale so Dynamo can start hosting video game tourneys. Sure. Come on. I got Zygarde complete now. Alright, this is gonna Mega Evolve this one. Yeah, now they're like firing it off at point blank. Alright. Alright, let's go get another battle zone ticket. Alright, come on. Alright, we got the next done. And then after this, we just gotta do 3 more and then we're done. Because I'm getting tired of this shit. Alright. Alright, challenges ticket. Yes, let's do this. Alright, it's Manny's turn. Alright, come on. Alright, prestigious knowledge I have is perfected as who is master will have well-suited wins for me. Okay, cool. Alright, Manny. Alright. Raichu now. Alright, there goes that one. Last one. Alright. Alright. Let's go get the next ticket. Okay. Alright. On to the next one. Alright. Next one. Alright. Alright, let's go find them. Alright, we got Emma. Detective Emma, Protector of the Peace, and Justice and Lumios reporting for battle. Alright. Alright, next one. Alright. Oh well. Alright, poor Zygarde. Alright, one more. My Pokemon and I are Indolent. Old members have our stacks in spirit. Okay. Alright, that's another one down. Alright, we gotta do 2 more. Alright, Alright, next on Skirmley, okay. Alright, that one's done. Alright, 3 max revives. Cool. Alright, now for this victim. Who do we got now? Alright, let's go find him. Alright, who's her opponent? Oh, Kerbo. Okay. Time to fight Kerbo. I wanted to make Lumios a better city. I will need to win. If I have to bend some rules for that, I will. Okay. I got Gyarados now. Come on. What? Garbodor. Goodbye, Garbodor. Alright, Scolipede now. Let's show them how we do things, Scolipede. And it's dead. Even when you beat me, I still end up having fun. Guess it's because I can beat myself around. Yeah, okay. Alright, now we got the metal coat. Yeah. Alright. We got one last one to do. Just gotta get the challengers tickets first. Alright, so your next one. Alright. Now for the final rival fight. And then we're done. Only took me like an hour to go through these. And he sped it up drastically by using the cheat to make it so we have to fight one trainer. Alright. We finish the story and then I'll head off because I need to get some sleep. Ah yes, yeah, we got the challenge ticket. Here we go. Urbane. Isn't the Infinite ZA Royale awesome? I hadn't had the chance for an all-out match with you since we fought to see who's the strongest Mega Evolution user. I've to like fall asleep, man. Watch me win. Okay. Alright, Urbane. They got Meowstic. fuck? No freeze hacks. Come on. I need to fire my laser. That hits through protect. Alright, now first Floette. Same, let's use the power of our bonds with everyone in Lumios and Mega Evolve. Uh-huh. And is dead. Alright. You really are the strongest. I know I told you already, but I'm glad we met. I couldn't have taken on the whole ZA Royale or protected Lumios if you hadn't been there. I received a prize for winning your reward match. Alright, we got that. Urban, can I have a word? Emma? Yeah, sure. Must be pretty important if you came to find me. Sorry, give me a second here, okay? Emma, you're sure? Alright. Rain, come on, we need to make a stop at Kozartico HQ. It's right behind them. It's right there, it's right behind you. But okay. Thanks for coming, both of you. Just triple checking Urbane. Your jacket was a keepsake from your mom, right? Yeah. Well, I found the person who gave it to your mom in the first place. The jacket was a gift from me. What? Urbane, I'm quite sure your mother was my daughter. Your mother worked to develop the hologram technology, did she not? Yes, she did. Your mother and I, we disagreed over direction of which the company was moving. She left saying that she had her own research she wished to pursue. Yeah, she worked hard at her research, all while caring for me when I was just a kid. It was tough. I think she ended up doing work for Team Flare, or maybe getting support from Lysander. Is it true that your mother's research contributed to the invention of Team Flare's hologram devices? That same research enabled us to develop our own holotech here at Quizartico Inc. Even though she chose to walk a separate path, we still find these points of intersection. Life truly is curious at times. So mom's hard work helped make the wild zones and everything possible. But she burned herself out doing all that. In the end, she had to go to some faraway region to try and rest. Yeah, she died. Yeah, okay. And, I see, and I suppose, that is where she... Yeah. I knew my mom had ties to Lumios, so I figured I'd find you or someone who knew her here. But of course, our family was not originally from Lumio City. That's why it was a struggle to find any leads. Until I noticed that jacket. I couldn't be sure at first. It has certainly seemed some hard days since I last seen it. And of course, you've added some flair of your own. Wait, that's what prompted President Jet to enlist me to do some sleuthing for her too. At the moment, it struck me. What if President Jet and Urbane are related to and searching for one another? My daughter, your mother, did she ever speak about me? She regretted never talking to you again after she left. And she said if I ever met you, I should tell you something. Even though you and she had walked different paths, there was still so much you had in common. Noticing what you shared made her life feel fuller, even after she left. Maybe especially after. If only I'd been less stubborn, if only I tried to reach back across that divide sooner. Please don't be hard on yourself. You should be glad to know her message reached you, at least. I must ask one thing of you, O'Brien. I bear responsibility for Quizarticle Inc., choosing to conceal the truth about the tower's threat from the public for so long, and I plan to step down as president. But the urban redevelopment plan must continue. We must make Lumio City into a place that truly belongs to both people and Pokemon. Having some continuity in the project's leadership could help the transition go a little smoother. Perhaps if someone who had been helping already were to step into my shoes, someone who's already a leader in their own right. Wait, are you saying what I think you're saying? You want me to take your place leading Quizarticle? I don't know, I mean, I guess I'd be keeping things in the family, but we only just met. You know what? Sure. I think Mom wouldn't want me to say no. Hey, you get why I have to do this, right? Of course I get it. Yeah, thank you. I mean it. You're the best. Hey, Floette. You were listening, right? I'm gonna be really busy for a while. I probably won't have time to be a good Pokemon trainer. So, you should do like AZ would have wanted. Help Rain keep Lumio safe. Thanks, Floette. Here, make good use of this. Alright, now we get Floetite. Rain, I'm sorry to break up your team this way. It's alright. Even if we're apart for a while, we'll always be Team MZ. I'll come say what I need to later. Could you break the news to Lida and Naveen? I'll whip up an extra special croissant curry to make it all up to you, I promise. Let's keep doing all we can to make Lumio the best place it can be. Alright. Wow, that's not even enough to get to... not even enough to get to 47. But yeah, we got Pokedex complete, number C, number cut, all complete. What happens if we go talk to her? Because it's all complete. The amount seen and caught. Oh, nothing. She doesn't say anything. Damn. She has no reaction to be fully completing the decks. Nothing. No reaction. Alright. They're forcing Kazankuri on them as well. Damn. No other dialogue thing there. Alright, all the quests and missions all done. Nothing else left. They don't even have a quest marker anymore as well for the ZA Royale matches now. They don't even have anything, no marker there anymore. So that's it. Almost 35 hours later, F-game entirely finished. For the most part. Until they add the DLC stuff or whatever next year. But yeah, that's it though. This is a good place to end it off then. Well, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. And yeah, I'll see you guys. And we're done with Legends ZA until they release the DLC. But yeah, see you guys. See ya.